Okay, we're live.
Right. Afternoon, everybody. Welcome to this afternoon's strategic planning. If I can just remind you, myself included, to put your phones on silent or switch them off. Membership of the committee. From what I've seen, everybody's here who's supposed to be here. Item 2, minutes of the previous meeting. Can we have them moved and seconded, please?
Move them, Chair.
Thank you. Seconded by Councillor So. Right, thank you. Item 3, interests and lobbying. I'll start off with Councillor Sokol.
Mr. Chair, I got only some email from the application in Tinker Lane or another email, but I did not respond to them. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Mark. Councillor Firth.
Emails, yeah, but I haven't responded to them either.
Is that same one, Donald? Tinker Lane?
Yeah, there were about 3 of those 4 emails I've had for these dwellings at Skelmanthorpe, Tinker Lane, and one at Tinker Lane specifically at Lepton. I haven't responded to any of them.
Right. Councillor Bellamy.
Yeah, email received regarding Tinker Lane. No response.
Thanks, Donna. Councillor Pinnett.
Thanks, Chair. Yes, 2 emails from residents near Tinker Lane and also one from somebody in Skelmanthorpe in relation to the 2 applications on Station Road. Yeah.
Councillor Scott.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. So item 9, so that's the Tinker Lane, and also Long Lane, Elseaton, no action taken. But I'd also like to say that I will be participating in item 13, and under section 25 of the Localism Act, what I've previously said does not stand. I'm going into this meeting with an open mind on item 13.
Thanks, Cathy. Councillor Pattison.
Thanks, Chair. I've just had emails on the Tinker Lane application and the 2 from Skelmanthorpe, and no response made.
Right, thank you. I've been lobbied on, I'll read you the page number that. Page 47, 71, 109, 139 and 179. No action taken on any of them. Item 4, this is a meeting done in public, but also on YouTube. Item 5, any public questions?
No, Chair, we've received some questions in relation to the application at Tinker Lane, but we'll take them at that agenda item.
Any deputations or petitions?
No, Chair.
Right, we'll move on to the applications, and just before we start, I'll just say that no site visits were taken this morning due to coronavirus and the situation that we're in, but anybody who wanted to go to look at a site, they're more than welcome to go. So item 7 is Cemetery Road, Batley, and it's Batley Cemetery.
Sorry, Chair, can I just interrupt 1 second to have my little statement about transparency and openness of non-committee members participating?
Yeah.
Sorry, yes. Deborah Wilkes, legal officer. In the interests of transparency and protection of the integrity of the planning process, members who are not on the committee and have been indicated that they wish to observe have been invited to join electronically. They are Councillors Smage, Armour, Turner and Smith. They will be observing only and will not participate in the meeting in any way other than to speak on an item, and will do so only when invited by the Chair for 5 minutes per application as per the normal protocol. Thank you.
Thanks, Deborah. Yeah, item 7, Cemetery Road, Batley.
Thank you, Chair. Grayson, Development Management Master Planner,
right.
Majors and Minerals team.
Yeah.
Share my screen.
Great, Victor, it's all yours.
Thank you. Okay, item 7. This application is submitted by Kirklees Council's Bereavement Services Department. It seeks the change of use of vacant land within Batley Cemetery to form an extension to the existing cemetery to provide additional burial space. This slide shows the extent of the application site. It extends to almost 0.7 hectares and is in the northwest corner of the cemetery. The application proposes to change the use of the land to a burial ground to provide space for approximately 600 plots. These burial plots would be mostly allocated for Muslim burial, which the applicant states the need is urgent. The proposal represents phase 2 of an expansion to the facilities at Batley Cemetery. Phase 1 was approved by the Heavy Woolen Subcommittee in December 2016. That previous application provided for both Christian and Muslim burials and was completed in May 2018. The applicant advises that together with the existing burial areas, this application would provide capacity at the cemetery for approximately 10 years. This is an aerial view of the site. The site is presently mostly overgrown and it slopes downhill towards the north. The northwestern edge of the site adjoins the boundary with the closest residential properties at 121 and 125 North Bank Road, from which the site is separated by a boundary of existing trees and shrubs. Within the local plan, the site is allocated as urban green space. The application has therefore been assessed against policy LP 61 of the local plan, which sets out the loss of urban green space. Sets out that the loss of urban green space will only be permitted in particular circumstances. This includes, as is relevant to this application, where the proposal is for an alternative open space use and where this is needed to help address identified deficiencies and clearly outweighs the loss of the existing green space. In this case, the applicant has advised that the need for Muslim burial space is urgent. Furthermore, the need for burial space within the Batley district and community is identified as being particularly pressing. Given that the land would remain open, it is considered that the objectives of policy LP 61 are addressed and the proposal is acceptable in this regard. The site also falls within the boundary of the Crossbank Batley Conservation Area. However, as set out in the committee report, the extension to the burial ground is not considered to harm the character or significance of the conservation area, and the provision of additional burial space in an existing cemetery will provide a clear public benefit to the community. The proposal is acceptable, therefore, from a heritage perspective. These images show how the boundary vegetation around the site, both of views looking northwards. This vegetation would be largely retained as part of the proposed development and supplemented as necessary. A landscaping condition is proposed to secure these details before works commence on site. The closest residential properties are adjacent to the cemetery on North Bank Road, and the nearest burial plot would be within 3 metres of the site boundary, and therefore in relatively close proximity to these existing occupiers. However, the retention of boundary vegetation and trees and further landscaping will maintain a screen between the burial space and the existing residents to protect their privacy. Finally, this plan shows the proposal in detail. As noted earlier, there would be approximately 600 plots. These would form a continuation of the existing Muslim burial plots across the access road to the east, and they would also be laid out to face southeast towards Mecca. It is acknowledged that digging graves with mechanical equipment would generate noise, albeit for a limited time. Given the proximity to existing residents to the northeast in particular, it is recommended that a condition be added stating that grave digging should not occur through the night. As shown on the plan, a new one-way access road would be built centrally within the site for maintenance vehicles and to provide space for hearses to park to facilitate access for burial. No specific parking is proposed for this part of the cemetery, and visitors would continue to use it as they already do and park along the access roads. With regard to traffic generation, given the nature of burial grounds, it is considered that the proposal would not result in any significant increase in traffic at any one time to the detriment of the living conditions of adjoining occupiers. The proposal has been assessed having regard to ground conditions, drainage and contamination. The site is within a development high risk area with regard to coal. There are, however, no objections from the Coal Authority subject to a condition requiring an assessment of the location and condition of a nearby mine entry. There are also no objections from the Environment Agency or the lead local flood authority. Overall, the proposal is considered to accord with relevant policies in the local plan, and it is recommended for approval subject to the conditions set out in the committee report. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Victor. Any speakers, Andy?
No speakers, Chairman.
Right, colleagues, there's no speakers, so it's over to you. Councillor Scott.
Thank you, Chair. I think there's a need for this, whichever burial site. It's a reflection of how every year that we have to relook at, every few years we have to relook at, you know, the capacity, what we have. I'm happy to support this application fully and delegate to officers. What I would like to ensure is that there is a boundary screening for the households that are around there. But apart from that, I actually had this portfolio, so I know how important it is to plan ahead. So yes, I'm fully supportive.
Thanks, Catherine. Councillor Sokol.
Thank you, Chair. We all know, because the coronavirus situation is the government even guideline to local authority to provide more spaces for burial places. So that's what we are doing in Kirklees. And this application is just the part of the burial place already be approved last year, and it's just an extension. I don't think we need to argue on this one. Yeah, there is a need, as Councillor Scott has said, there is a need for burial places. Yeah, thank you very much. So I support Councillor Cathy Scott.
Are you seconding that, Mohan?
Yeah, I second it.
Yeah. Members, any more comments or observations? No. Right, we'll go to the vote. It has been moved by Councillor Scott, seconded by Councillor Sokol. Andrea, if you can do the deed, please.
Yeah, members, Councillor Bellamy.
4.
Councillor Firth.
4.
Councillor Hall.
4.
Councillor Patterson.
4.
Councillor Pinnock.
4.
Councillor Scott.
4.
And Councillor Sokol. Sorry, Chair, thank you.
Thank you. Next, we go to page 25. This is 14 Knowl Road, Murfield. I'm not going to say who's going to speak to it, because when I do, I always get it wrong.
Thank you, Chair. It's Victor Grayson again.
Are you doing them all, Victor?
I will do them all today, Chair.
Good man.
No swapping today.
Right.
So item 8 is an application for full planning permission for the demolition of an existing garage and workshop and the erection of a dwelling with a garage at ground floor level at land between 12 and 14 Knowl Road, Murfield. The application is being heard at today's Strategic Planning Committee at the request of Councillor Lees Hamilton. The committee report refers to 11 representations that were received, all objecting to the proposal, and the committee update notes that a further 3 representations have been received. The application site does not front directly onto Knowl Road. It's on a short section of street running east-west off Knowl Road and providing access to a small number of properties. Surrounding uses are mostly residential. However, the building immediately to the west of the site is used as a bail, supervision and support facility, and there are other non-residential uses on Knowl Road. A public right-of-way runs roughly east-west along the southern edge of the application site. The site is unallocated in the local plan and is not within a conservation area. In terms of recent planning history, in January this year, planning permission was refused for a 3-storey dwelling at this site, illustrated here. The reasons for refusal related to visual amenity, residential amenity, and the development's impact on the public right-of-way to the south. The application site currently accommodates a single-storey building which is used as a garage and workshop with an area of hard standing to the front. This is the view from the public right-of-way that runs along the south edge of the site, and members can see the existing east elevation of the building that currently exists on the site. This is the existing building's south elevation viewed from the garden of 10 Knowl Road to the south of the site. And this is a view from the north. So the site includes the existing garage and workshop, which is on the right of this picture, as well as the hard surfaced area that has small areas of grass at the centre of this picture. Planning permission is sought for the demolition of the existing single-storey building and the erection of a detached dwelling illustrated here. The principle of development of a dwelling on this site is considered acceptable. With the current scheme, the applicant has attempted to overcome the previous reasons for refusal. The design and materials of the proposed dwelling have been altered, and the scale of the dwelling has also been reduced, albeit in officer's opinion, not significantly. Now, apologies members, the proposed site layout is not included in these slides, but just to explain, the side wall of the proposed dwelling would meet the site's west boundary, the rear wall would meet the site's south boundary, and then limited space will be retained between the east elevation and the site's eastern boundary, where a private right-of-way exists. The proposed dwelling would result in a large extent of bulk and massing very close to the public right-of-way and close to the amenity space of 10 Knowl Road to the south, resulting in an overbearing impact on the users of this public right-of-way and the neighbouring occupants. There is a further concern in relation to overlooking towards 16 Knowl Road to the north, caused by the extensive glazing proposed in the front elevation. Officers are also concerned in relation to the design and scale of the proposed dwelling, which is not considered to be satisfactory in this context, failing to harmonise with the neighbouring properties. The dwelling would be of a scale that would represent overdevelopment of the site. There are no concerns in relation to parking provision at the site or highway safety issues. In conclusion, the proposed development is considered to be harmful to visual and residential amenity and would have a detrimental impact on the users of the public right-of-way, meaning that the proposed development fails to comply with local and national planning policies. The proposed development is recommended for refusal, and if I may just clarify or add to the drafted third reason for refusal that's been recommended, that reason actually needs to additionally refer to impacts on 14 Knowl Road. So the wording there that's already been recommended should be slightly amended to read towards the end, it would result in a detrimental, overbearing and or overlooking impact on 10, 14 and 16 Knowl Road, just to be specific about which properties would be affected. That's the amended recommendation, and that concludes my presentation. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Victor. Speakers on there.
Yeah, we've got 6 representations on this, some more written comments. The first one from John Stalmack, which my colleague Richard will read out.
Okay. Thank you, Andrea. This is from John Stalmack. I have already made objections to the plan, but I wanted to point out a couple of statements in the report now being considered which are inaccurate. These supporting comments are both in relation to the current right-of-way to number 10, one by Councillor Lees Hamilton, that the access is 2 foot wider, and the other by the applicant that the access is 1 metre wider. Both cannot be correct, and in fact inspection of the detailed plan drawing shows the access to be 1 foot 3 inches wider. However, it also shows 21-inch wide shrubbery, which would make the access narrower. Planning decisions should be based on accurate information, and facts should be checked before they are presented. I also want to add that comments about the building being greatly reduced in height from the original plan are also difficult to understand. The building is 1 metre shorter than the original plan, but still twice the height of the existing building and over 2.5 times the volume. That's the end of that written statement.
And the next comments are from Anne Sharp.
I have expressed my concerns about the proposed development. and the comments made by Councillor Lees Hamilton and Mr Evans have not reassured me that LP 23/24 of Kirklees local plan and chapters 8 and 12 of the NPPF are now being met. Mr Evans states that the garage will be for personal storage rather than a workshop. However, the plan states that planning permission is sought for the demolition of the existing workshop and the erection of one dwelling with garage/workshop. Councillor Lees Hamilton and Mr Evans state that Mr Evans is willing to use whatever materials and that he is also willing to remove the glass apex. Surely this application has been assessed on the current plans, not on hypothetical adjustments. Mr Evans states that the building materials being used will be exactly the same design as surrounding properties and that he will use render and stone to break up the amount of stone that would be in the area. Whilst it is true that these materials have been used further up Knowl Road, the proposed development is on a small private road which has a character of its own and includes only traditional stone-built buildings. The huge expanse of glass to the front and the dormer windows to the sides on the proposed development are not in keeping with any of the surrounding buildings, or indeed with any on Knowl Road. Part of the charm of this little nook behind the iconic police station building is that the traditional Victorian houses are virtually unchanged since being built in the 1870s. It is true that the garage is an eyesore. This is due to the fact that Mr Evans has not maintained it, or the access road to number 10, or indeed the rest of the road which he previously owned. I believe he has let it go to ruin to enhance his chances of gaining planning permission. I also consider the comments about building a wall around the garage and selling the plot for a car mechanics workshop to be threatening. Section 10.19 states that the windows facing number 14 are non-habitable. However, the number of windows to this elevation would give the impression of being overlooked. One of the windows is from a landing, and it is not inconceivable that the occupier would look out of this window, which does not appear to be obscured. This would also give an overbearing effect of feelings of being overlooked in our private courtyard dining area, a further lack of amenity. As residents of numbers 10, 14 and 16 are not entitled to parking permits for Knowl Road, any visitors to these properties must park on a private road. Therefore, due consideration must be made for access and turning, whilst ensuring that the road is clear for access for emergency services. An additional dwelling will compromise this. I agree with the planning officer's recommendations to refuse this application, which has not addressed the previously raised concerns. That's it.
Thank you. The next representation is from Joanne Grable, who we're going to dial into the meeting. So we'll just mute at this end for 1 moment while we make that call. It's Andrew from Kirklees.
Hi, Andrea.
So the next voice, when you hear the chair's voice, which will be the next voice, you'll be live on air then. Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Afternoon, Joanne. You've got 3 minutes and your time starts now.
Good afternoon. Thank you for your time. My name's Joanne Gravel. I live at number 16 Knowl Road. I just first of all like to point out the reason that this application got to this point, a large amount of that was because of the support from Councillor Lees Hamilton. I've since had the interaction with her just to clarify a few points to change her support for this case at this level. Mr Evans had made Councillor Lees Hamilton believe that he'd discussed the application with all of us surrounding number 16, number 10 and number 14, which is not true until last week. So that was the first misled information, that we've not been consulted on these plans. We've had some heated discussions, but not about this application. The other was that Mr Evans owns the road, the private road, the street that is east-west up to number 16 and number 10 and 14. We at number 16 actually own half of that road from exiting Knowl Road up to the houses. So again, that's the second piece of information that was passed on to Councillor Lees Hamilton, which led to the case getting to this point. I just want to point out a few, all the cases actually that Councillor Lees Hamilton and Mr Evans have stated in the document. antisocial behaviour. There is no antisocial behaviour. There is no proof of any antisocial behaviour. This would seem that this would help antisocial behaviour. This is not the case. There is no antisocial behaviour to be corrected. The height of the new proposal was the second statement. Wouldn't have an impact because there's already a large wall around the footpath. The height of this development would be much, much higher than the existing walls. Of course, this would have a large impact on the footpath. The main problem from my point of view, living at number 16, is it would have a large impact on our amenity space. The entire first floor of glazing would look over our only family garden. We have 5 children that play in that front garden because it's our main garden. And of course, this would have a detrimental effect on our living amenity. It states the current site is unsightly. That is a matter of opinion. The main element that makes the building unsightly at the moment is that Mr. Evans has blocked the windows with wood. He's added to this by putting bags of rubbish around and marked boundaries to make it very difficult to access a turning point. So we have to reverse out onto Knowl Road up until recently. The Chief Superintendent at the neighbouring police station on the first application wrote to express their concerns because of the sensitive nature of dealings at the police station. They feel this would have a big impact on their dwelling, certainly during construction. And we have a threatening comment that the plot will be, Mr. Evans has been approached
Can you wrap up now,
car
please?
lot. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
The next representation is from Councillor Lees Hamilton, which Richie will read out.
Members of the committee have asked for this application to be determined by committee, as I believe the site and the application has merit. This will be an infill site and would improve the street view by changing a rather unsightly lock-up back into a house. The lock-up was originally 2 cottages right up until the early 1900s. Mr. Evans has taken advice given by the planning department and has made great efforts to reduce the height of the dwelling and to create more amenity space along with associated parking provision. Mr. Evans is also more than willing to work with the planning department on the use of construction materials and is willing to remove the glass apex from the gable end to help protect the privacy of the neighbouring properties. In the planning report, as stated, there is a public footpath running along one side of the property. The wall along the footpath is very high and has been this way since the houses were first built. I feel that an occupied dwelling would actually reduce any potential for antisocial behaviour rather than the existing unoccupied lock-up. Due to the height of the existing wall that runs alongside the footpath, the proposed development will not have an overbearing impact on the footpath. The existing wall is already very, very high. Once again, I state the building was originally 2 dwellings and not a garage lock-up. The proposed dwelling is situated on a private road. There'll be no increase in traffic as Mr. Evans owns the existing building and has a right to access it at any time. Mr. Evans would like to convert the building back into a dwelling so he has somewhere to live within his hometown of Murfield. The principle of development on this application site is acceptable and is in line with the local plan. There's then a second submission which carries on. I have managed to catch up with Mr. Evans late yesterday. It will take months if Mr. Evans were to go to appeal. In light of this, I would like this matter to be dealt with by the planning committee for the following reasons. This will be an infill site. The existing building up until 1919 was originally 2 cottages. The building still has the original water supply. At this moment in time, the building in its current condition is rather unsightly and the area would be greatly enhanced were the planned development to go ahead. Mr. Evans has taken your advice in the past and his current application is greatly reduced in size and height from the first application. Mr. Evans has done his best to create an amenity space without sacrificing parking provision. Mr. Evans is willing to use whichever materials you specify with this build and he's willing to remove the glass apex to the gable end. This will in effect remove any overlooking of the neighbouring property. If this proposal is allowed to go ahead, the neighbouring property number 10 will gain another 2 foot of driveway access, which will be very helpful. Mr. Evans will need to have 2 bedrooms in the property to make it a viable home. He will need space for his son to visit and to stay over, and to reduce the height any further would limit the property to 1 bedroom only. As to the footpath, were the development be allowed to go ahead, I am certain that it would actually remove any antisocial behaviour, as there would be an occupied dwelling to the side of the footpath rather than an empty unit. The walls along the section of the footpath are so very high, as you can see from the photos I sent to you. The height of the proposed dwelling will make no difference, but would likely drive away any drug dealing and antisocial behaviour. As I previously stated, there will be an occupied home and not an unsightly lock-up, less chance for nefarious activities to take place. That's it.
Okay, so I'll just mute for a moment while we dial in the Okay, so the next voice you hear will be the chair of the committee and you'll be live on air at that point. Okay?
Hi.
Thank you.
Hey Jason, you've got 3 minutes and your time starts now.
My name is Jason Evans. I was born in Murfield. I'm currently a prison officer. Moved away for 5 years but came back because I was drawn back to Murfield. I've had a few tough years getting over kidney cancer and getting divorced and separating from my wife, selling the big house. What I'm looking for is to rebuild my life. Knowing that the proposed site was previously 2 cottages in pre-1999, and it's got electric, capped off lead water and drains on site. So I proposed a property so I could have a home for myself and my son, because there'd be enough space if I could get it built. I initially submitted my plans in 2019 and it was rejected due to height, lack of amenity, building material and style, and near a footpath. Since then, I've tried to work with planning. I've amended the height. I've lowered it by 1.5 meters. I've changed the material. I've created amenity, and I've stepped the property back slightly from the public footpath, even though the pathway has got a 10-foot wall already. The current properties around the property are over 10 metres tall, and mine would only be 7.7. I've researched property law and I can't find anything to do with what amenity I'm allowed or not allowed. So I've tried to address most problems, but I've also said I'd be willing to work with planning regards if they want it all out of stone, I'd build it all out of stone, etc. With regards overall, it has been set throughout Murfield for planning. So I'm open to widen the scope, create property styles, etc., so it matches the surrounding areas and other areas like Pinfold Close and that. And I've also got backing from Vivian Lee, which I hope she's put a statement in to help me with that. I've asked her, she sat with me and said you need to take away certain things, which I have done, which is according to what Nia asked as well. So I'm hoping that I've met Nia's obligations and I just want a house for me and my son. That's all I'm asking for. And it used to be 2 properties and I need to start rebuilding my life. That's them on that.
Right. Thank you, Jason.
Okay, we'll just mute again while we dial in the consultant for the application, which is Jake Hinchcliffe. From Kirklees. So,
Hi, Andrew, how are you?
Hi, I'm fine, thank you. So the next voice you hear will be the chair of the committee and then you'll be live at that stage, okay?
Okay, thank you.
Afternoon, Jake. You've got 3 minutes starting from now.
Afternoon, members. I'm Jake Hinchcliffe, Morris Design Studio. We have previously submitted an application for a much larger 2-storey dwelling, which was previously refused. With the previous application, we came to the conclusion that the site was in a sustainable location
and it is in an appropriate position for a dwelling given that the land is unallocated for any particular use and is in a well-established residential area with good links to Murfield town centre, transport routes in the wider vicinity. The site also benefits from been previously developed as 2 cottages and is currently a workshop. Admittedly, the previous proposal was refused. However, since then, the client and the design team and the planning officer have tried to work closely to take into account the previous concerns from the committee, the planning officer, and also the neighbours' previous concerns, enabling us to reduce the bulk, the scale, and the impact on the surrounding dwelling significantly. We're also comfortable with the access as our highways development management. Working with the existing block as a starter has allowed us to expand on this to develop this further into an infill plot, which will be a sustainable dwelling for our clients to live in. The proposal sees the existing workshop demolished in exchange for a contemporary new build that makes use of traditional materials from the surrounding area in a contemporary style. There are a number of successful contemporary homes that use this same design style in the Murfield area that provide a juxtaposed visual break between the more established traditional homes in the area. Using this much reduced bulk as a starting point, we have then been able to keep habitable windows in well-screened areas or on elevations that have no conflicting views with neighbouring properties. As well as this, we have kept both eaves levels and ridge levels at much lower positions than both of the surrounding dwellings, which minimises the impact on the street scene and on these 2 properties, number 14 and 16 in particular. I understand there are concerns standing with regards to overlooking and impact on visual amenity and residential amenity. Although BE12 is no longer in use under the adopted local plan, as a guideline, the distances do not fall short of these. From number 14 to the proposed dwelling, there is a clear distance of 11 metres from an existing habitable window to the blank wall or obscure window of the proposed dwelling. However, given that the existing 2 metre high wall is still in place and there is a visual break here, the impact is mitigated.
Yeah, wrap
well
up, please.
Sorry?
You've had your 3 minutes.
Is that gone?
Yeah.
Right, okay. I have got a couple of more sentences, if that's okay. Just 2 seconds. The proposal now seeks to build a good quality contemporary dormer home that will positively contribute to the street scene, as well as the much needed local housing stock without detriment to any of the surrounding properties, given the existing screening and distances in place, and would ask that you support the planning application with an unbalanced approach against the officer's recommendation for refusal.
Right, thank you, Jake.
Thank you.
That's it in terms of representations, Chair, yes.
Right, members, it's over to you. If I can just remind members as well to use the toolbar to speak.
Yes, Steve.
Yes, Andrew.
Yeah. Thanks, Chair. I listened with interest to what the applicant and his advisors have been saying, but I have to come down on the side of the officer's recommendation, because I do think that despite the level of imagination that's been put into this, it's a bit incongruous in the site. It will have an overbearing impact. I went to visit the site yesterday, and yes, it is true there is a high wall at one side, but that, of course, only means that you can't see into the ground floor windows or out of them, not the upper stories. And I believe I'm correct in saying that this is a 3-story building still. I just think that given all of that, what is proposed is not in keeping with the existing surroundings, and I fear I'll move the officer's recommendation.
Thank you, Andrew. Councillor Pattison.
Thanks, Chair. Yes, unfortunately, it is a very, very tight site, and on at least 3 sides, if not 4, then it is incredibly close to neighbours. The existing building that's there, whilst it may be a bit of an eyesore at the moment because it's, well, I'm not sure whether it's unused or not, but it would be nice perhaps to see that existing building as it is turned into a home. I mean, I know that that's going to be incredibly small, but to raise it in this way and to change the character of that building and consequently the road, I feel it isn't acceptable, I'm afraid. So I will second Councillor Pinnock and accept the officer's recommendations for refusal.
Thank you, Carol. Councillor Bellamy.
Thank you, Chair. I'm just looking for a bit of clarification. Firstly, on the road ownership, because apparently in one sentence it's the applicants, and then apparently it's not. It's shared. Also, do we know if discussions with the other residents did take place, or has it been later? And I just wondered, has there been any previous antisocial behaviour reported at all while we're at it? And how wide would the road actually end up being? Because we've got 2 different statements. Thank you.
Right, thanks for that, Donna. Kathy next.
I think it was actual Donald because he's put his hand up rather than, do you want to take Donald? Oh, I'm happy to go, Chair.
Right.
You go ahead.
You'll go.
Go ahead, Kathy. I'll follow you, love. You go ahead.
Okay. I think the ownership of the road, as one of the speakers did say, that they owned half of it. It's deeply concerning, and to be quite worried, I'm quite worried about the access going in. It is an overdevelopment, intensification of this site, and it's not in keeping with the area. I want to support the refusal.
Kathy, you've gone mute.
All right, okay. Well, I don't know why. I didn't touch anything, but okay. So I think there's so much that it's overdevelopment of the site. And it's not in keeping with the area. It looks like a 3-storey building to me. What's worrying for me, there's so much stuff that appears to be said from the objectors from the applicant that they're trying to discuss it. I think that I would be minded to defer for them to go back to the officers to discuss this application, not through councillors. Go back to the planning officers, because there seems to be different things that is getting very confusing. So I'm minded to defer. However, I'll leave it there for the moment.
Thank you, Kathy. Councillor Firth.
Yes, actually, Kathy just said what I was going to say. Defer it, let officers have a look at it, come up with some ideas, because I'm sure somebody can fit something in there, and at least ways it'll be a useful place because people will be able to live in it, rather than having a semi-derelict ancient bungalow, that's what it is. It's a single-story setup. It will be far, far better, and we've got about 50-50. 50% of the residents don't want it, 50% do. The local ward council supports it. So I would support a deferment, let the officers have a look at it and come up with another idea to give it a chance to be useful. That's what I would think anyway. That's what I'm going to. I'm going to support a deferral. Thank you.
Thanks. Mohan.
Thank you, Chair. I think we heard a lot from the officer who are recommending to refuse this application. Chair, I'm more concerned about the safety of the children and other people who use these footpaths. Yeah, I read the report. There are quite few children who go to the nearby school. They use this one. To putting up the 3-story building right on this pavement footpath, I don't think it's right. we have a report in the report. The officer have to protect the right of way. Where is that? But as a move by to defer it, I don't think we can achieve anything by deferring. We got views of the resident who are opposed there, and we got the views of the local councillor who might be against the supporting the application. Well, I think I should go along with the Councillor Andrew Pinnick and Councillor Pattison. Thank you. To
Thanks,
refuse
Luan.
application.
Two more. Go to Andrew Pinnock and then go to Victor or Naya, whoever's speaking on this item.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I just want to emphasise the fact that I don't think deferring would help, because whilst one might be in favour of a dwelling on this site, it would have to be quite different from the one that's proposed, and you couldn't do it by merely altering this dwelling. I think the only solution is to refuse it and suggest they start again by all means, but I don't think, I may be corrected, I don't think one can alter this application to make it more acceptable.
Yeah, thank you, Andrew. Victor or Nia?
Through you, Chair. Thank you. Just firstly, in relation to members who were discussing deferral of the application, officers have worked very closely with the applicant on the second application on this site, and it would not just be tweaks that will be required to kind of address the officers' concerns. I would be looking at kind of a single story or maybe 1.5 story dwelling on this site, and I would kind of advise that would require a separate planning application, and therefore kind of for members to look at this scheme kind of on its merits as we've got on plan. In regards to Councillor Bellamy's comments about ownership, the land within the red line boundary on the site location plan has been confirmed by the applicant to be fully within his ownership. Certificate A on the application form has been signed, and at the time of the application no comments were raised by neighbours in relation to this. So as far as I'm aware, the ownership of the site is correct in relation to the red line. As far as discussions with neighbours, as far as I'm aware, the council have submitted letters to neighbours, but in terms of discussions with Councillor Lise Hamilton, I'm not sure in that regard. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Annette. Councillor Scott.
Yeah, based on what the officers have said and what I've just listened to, I think we'd have to move. I'd have to withdraw the deferment and move for the refusal and accept officers' recommendations.
Thanks, Cathy. Councillor Pattison.
I was just going to say exactly what Councillor Pinnock and Nia have said, that I think it would be a fresh application that's needed, so we shouldn't defer.
Thank you, Carol. Any more before we go to a vote? I think it's, like Andrew said, it's such a vast change to make something go there to fit. It'll have to be a new application. We can tinker with this till cows come home, and it don't think it'll work. So it's been moved to go with officers' recommendations, which is to refuse. Those in, well, I'll go with Andrea and we'll go round houses to get to you, so to speak.
Okay, so the reasons for refusal will be amended reason number 3 to include house number 14 within that refusal. Councillor Bellamy.
Thank you. I'll abstain because I think something could be worked on.
Councillor Firth. Councillor Firth, muted.
Donald. Huddersfield, calling home Firth. Please come in.
Definitely apologies on that one. No, I just think a deferment, a relook at it, fine. Sometimes we've got to think out of the box, so I'm against refusal.
Right.
Councillor Hall,
I'm for officer's recommendation to refuse.
Councillor Patterson,
For.
Councillor Pinnock,
For.
Councillor Scott,
For.
and Councillor Sokol.
For.
Okay, so that's 5 in favour of the officer's recommendation, 1 abstention and 1 against. Refuse. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, colleagues, we go to page 47. And this is Tinker Lane at Lepton. Just yeah, no, it's next one. Just before we go into this one, I've had a letter from, I presume it's a resident, who's asking about site visits. I just want to say that whilst we are in lockdown, we're not doing site visits, but any member who wishes to go, themselves, they're quite welcome to. If you feel that you know the area well enough, or you've got enough evidence from Google Earth and photographs, then that's quite fine. But we're not compelled to go. We don't have to do, but we like to do whenever we can. But under today's conditions, we can't. But I do think that a proper look at this application will take place, and we will come to the right decision. So, Victor, it's over to you.
Thank you, Chair. This is an application for full planning permission for the erection of 30 dwellings and the formation of a new vehicular and pedestrian access from Tinker Lane at land to the north of Tinker Lane, Lepton. The application is brought to committee in accordance with the scheme of delegation as the site area exceeds 0.5 hectares and the proposal is for residential development. The site comprises 0.87 hectares and is a roughly square-shaped field on the north side of Tinker Lane. The gradients slope up from the northwest corner of the site to its southeast corner. The site is greenfield and previously undeveloped. The site's northern and southern boundaries are bordered by hedgerows and a small area of woodland abuts the eastern boundary. This is designated as part of the Kirklees Strategic Wildlife Network. Existing residential properties abut the western boundary and also exist on the southern side of Tinker Lane to the southwest. The application site is allocated for residential development in the local plan. The principle of residential development on this site is therefore considered acceptable. The indicative capacity in the local plan is 30 dwellings, and the site constraints identified at local plan stage are identified at paragraph 10.3 of the committee report. These are views from Tinker Lane. The larger picture is a view looking eastwards along Tinker Lane, and the application site, of course, is on the left. And we also see relatively recent residential development opposite the application site on the south side of Tinker Lane there. These are wider views taken from within the application site. The first image shows the site's southwest corner. And again, we see those relatively recent properties recently built on Tinker Lane. The other picture is of the site's eastern boundary looking towards the woodland. And in that picture, Tinker Lane is obviously on the right. These images show the existing dwellings to the west. The larger picture is a view west over the site looking towards the existing dwellings on Farcroft. These properties are all 2 stories in height with relatively small rear gardens. The proposed dwellings comprise a mix of detached, semi-detached and terraced units. All would have 3 stories with the upper floor utilising the roof space. The site would be served by a new estate road off Tinker Lane, private drives serving the majority of the dwellings. However, 8 of the units would have vehicular access directly onto Tinker Lane, and that's plots 1 to 6 and 26 and 27. In terms of density, the application was originally submitted for 28 dwellings, but this was increased by 2 to 30 to achieve a more efficient use of land. The proposal would now have a density of 35 dwellings per hectare. This complies with policy LP7 and responds to the need to provide homes in line with planning policies. The proposed density is also suitably reflective of the established patterns of development nearby. Officers have looked at the relationship between the existing dwellings on Farcroft and the new units, particularly units 1, 11 and 12. The impacts are detailed in paragraphs 10.15 to 10.23 of the committee report, and levels of amenity for existing and new occupants are considered to be acceptable. No open space is to be provided within the site, and this necessitates an off-site contribution of £56,541, which is to be included within the recommended Section 106 agreement. In relation to drainage, the site is in flood zone 1, i.e. the most preferable zone for residential development. The applicants have submitted a flood risk assessment, drainage summary and drainage and foul sewerage assessment. Surface water would be attenuated on site, and on the plan on the right here we can see the proposed on-site attenuation tank. The larger plan shows a drainage easement extending from the site's northwest corner. Surface water would be piped across third-party land from that point to the north to the existing sewer beneath Wakefield Road. The lead local flood authority previously had concerns with overland flows. However, these have been resolved and the proposed drainage strategy is now acceptable to the lead local flood authority. In terms of highways works, Tinker Lane would be improved to adoptable standards. Road widening to 5.5 metres to the front of the site is proposed. That's the width of the carriageway, allowing two-way vehicle movements. The provision of a footway at variable widths of between 1.2 and 2 metres is also proposed. This plan shows the proposals to add footways to Tinker Lane and Pond Lane. These proposals would improve pedestrian connectivity in the area and to Wakefield Road. In addition, a sustainable travel contribution of £15,000 is proposed. This will be put towards Metro cards for residents. 5 house types are proposed, with some variations proposed within those house types. The 2 house types shown here are representative. House type K/K1 on the left is a 3-bedroom terraced house. House type D1 on the right is a 5-bedroom detached house. Construction materials would be natural stone and artificial slate. The application was publicised in accordance with the Council's procedures. A total of 118 representations were received. These are summarised in the committee report, and the committee update notes a further representation that was received recently. Paragraphs 7.3 to 7.6 set out responses from Kirklees Parish Council and board members. The applicants submitted financial viability information during the life of the application, which was independently assessed on behalf of the council. The areas of disagreement in the used methodology have narrowed, and the Section 106 offer now before the council is policy compliant. This includes 6 affordable housing units, 3 of which will be social rent, 3 starter homes, an education contribution, £53,190 towards secondary school provision, an open space contribution previously mentioned, the sustainable transport contribution previously mentioned, and measures to secure management and maintenance of drainage infrastructure. And members, if I could at this point just verbally amend that recommended head of term for the Section 106 agreement. It should actually also cover or apply to private drives and areas not within private curtilages, as per the other recommendations for major developments, major approvals of major developments such as Sowerby Crossway. So there would be some wording change there just to expand the scope of the management and maintenance arrangements. Officers consider that the obligations and conditions outlined within the committee report would mitigate the impacts of the development to an acceptable degree. It is recommended that the application be delegated to officers to finalise the wording of the Section 106 agreement and conditions necessary to approve the application. Thank you, Chair.
removed from behind the garages of 16 and 18 has left a hole which, apart from the month of May when there was no rain, the hole became a pond of varying levels. It has never been filled in. 3. Hedges. It is proposed that 2/3 of the hedges on the southern boundary of Tinker Lane should be removed. I quote from the book Wilding by Isabella Tree. Between the beginning of the war and the 1990s, we lost 75,000 miles of hedgerows. Why is Kirklees intent on destroying more hedgerows, which is bound to affect wildlife? Number 4, traffic. Drivers of cars in Pond Lane find it difficult, particularly at weekends, to negotiate the parked cars. More houses in Tinker Lane will exacerbate the problem. The problems at the junction of Farcroft and Pond Lane will provide an accident that is waiting to happen, another situation that can only get worse. All these points have been made to the planners of Kirklees Council. Why have they been considered of so little consequence?
Andrea, sorry, could you just repeat the first paragraph, because we were on mute by accident, so
First
I apologise.
paragraph,
yes,
number
please.
1.
Yes.
Yeah, okay, so it's the submission is from Graham and Sue Whitcroft, and number 1 was, I write as the occupant of number 18 Farcroft and note that the planning officer acknowledges para 1018 that our property will be affected, not just by being overlooked and thereby affecting our privacy. Who is to say that the obscure glazed windows will not be replaced in years to come, but will limit the amount of sun which at present we enjoy. This will be a particular problem in winter months when the sun is low, making our access to sunlight practically nil. The coming winter will make this clear. This may not be of great concern to those who consider the situation of no significant consequence, but they are not affected, are we of no importance. Okay, and the next, we'll just mute while we dial in the next representation, which is from Gloria Humphrey. So the next voice you hear will be the chair, and then you'll be live to the committee. Okay.
Right, thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, Mrs. Humphries, you've got 3 minutes and it starts from now.
The planning department seems to have forgotten to mention that in the report that there is a working farm on Tinker Lane. My family has lived on the farm and farmland for 96 years, and we still live on Tinker Lane. As I'm sure you know, farming is not just done at harvest time, but all year round. To maintain the land and look after the stock, we need access to our land at all times throughout the year. Since my husband died 2 years ago, we have employed contractors to do all the work on the land, plus providing employment for people in our local community. The only way to get onto our land is up Tinker Lane, with tractors and large pieces of farm machinery. This development of 30 large houses will generate a large number of vehicles on a narrow lane, which will make it dangerous at all times, if not impossible, for us to farm our land. The highways report say there should be 1 visitor car park for every 4 houses, but there are only 6 on this development, 2 at the far end of a private drive, which I presume is for the 5 houses on the drive. That leaves 4 parking places for the other 25 houses. It also states that Tinker Lane should be widened to 5.5. This has been done, but only in front of a development. The rest of Tinker Lane going to the site is only 4.8. The report states that the road can also be used for parking. Which road? It cannot be on the development without blocking the residents' drive, and if Tinker Lane is used, it will obstruct access, not only for our farm machinery, but for emergency vehicles. I asked if the lane could be made into a non-parking zone, but I was told because it was such a small, narrow lane, this was impossible. Surely that is a point. It is a small, narrow lane. Tinker Lane is a very popular walking route because it has access to Island of Sportsfield, and at least 40 people use it every day, both walking dogs and families. The infant school and village shops are a mile away. There are no buses that go to the school, which is already full. So people from the development will be using their cars at all times, and not just to go to work. The junction of Tinker Lane and Pond Lane is Blind Corner. Barrigan Highways, the development's own consultant, said to expect more collisions at this junction with the increase of traffic from this development. Finally, I find it very hard to understand why 8 years ago my husband and his sister applied for 2 bungalows to be built on our farmyard to look after our land and machinery and stock. They were refused because the yard was considered to be green belt. And we were also told that Tinker Lane would be overdeveloped.
Thank you.
So why,
that's 3 minutes.
At the same time, this overdeveloped lane now considered suitable for 30 large houses?
Next.
The next submission is from Carol Aitken, which I shall read. Number 1, highway safety traffic generation. The volume of traffic from the proposed development with the increase of vehicles 60 plus using the existing country lanes can only significantly increase the amount of local traffic. These country lanes are already overused. Also, all the other vehicles that will support people living in this new build, e.g. visitors, refuse collection, deliveries, etc. Lack of footpaths on most of the country lanes and only 1 vehicle passage at one time on both Pond Green and Greenbought Lane. Walkers, adults and children, dog walkers, bicycles and horse riders use these country lanes daily. Access onto Wakefield Road from Pond Lane is already extremely difficult, Wakefield Road being a major road with a history of a high number of accidents, including fatalities, lots of junctions around this area. Number 2, unacceptability, high density or overdevelopment of the site, the open aspect of the neighbourhood. Impact on local amenities, schools and parking of vehicles when dropping and picking up children, the closure of Almonbury High School, local GP practices, all of which are already oversubscribed. Number 3, hedgerows, wildlife and the environment. This build, if allowed, will destroy the natural habitat of the following wildlife who currently occupy this land: pheasants, kestrels, bats, foxes, an abundance of birds, field, mice, frogs, and the numerous insects that help the environment. 4, general communication. Why did Kirklees not send letters to all residents living on Pond Lane, Farcroft, Greenbought Lane and Little Lepton, as all these residents will be affected by the planned build? In this day and age, it's no longer acceptable to put a poster on a telegraph pole. Had they been informed, there may have been numerous more objections. The same developer has previously been allowed to drop 2 beautiful bungalows on Pond Lane and squeeze in 9 detached dwellings, and then also drop 1 farmhouse and outbuilding on Tinker Lane and build another 10 dwellings. Now he has 1 field planning 30 dwellings. How many more can this area take? The next submission is from Catherine Smith, which my colleague Richard will read.
Thank you, Andrea. Please would the committee consider the following concerns in their discussions today. The plans for this application have been altered and resubmitted several times since the original submission in May 2019, but changes made have not addressed the concerns raised by the local community. The land was redesignated from Greenbelt to a suitable location for a development and including Kirklees Council's local plan. It is understood that the application will therefore have to be approved. Please would the committee delay their decision until further amendments are made regarding concerns raised. The Planning Officer's report, in my opinion, does not adequately present the circumstances and concerns about highway safety and parking. Tinker Lane, Pond Lane and Greenbought Lane are all used daily by pedestrians, equestrians and cyclists. The new development would generate an immense increase in traffic from at least 60 residents' vehicles, plus visitors, deliveries, tradespeople, etc. The impact on highway safety will be unacceptable and dangerous. Near misses are already a problem with the current low level of traffic. There would be a significant increase in risks to pedestrian safety. With more pedestrians, including school children, this issue must be given greater consideration. In reference to the report 10.24, the proposed access and parking arrangements are considered to be acceptable. Properties having parked for residents' vehicles, but this does not address parking of other vehicles visiting the development. Parking is already a significant issue for residents of Tinker Lane because of the lane's width and need for access to driveways. Inappropriate parking will hinder turning for waste collection vehicles, bin presentation and access for emergency vehicles, in addition to access and traffic flow for residents and other visitors. 10.25. Traffic speeds are likely to be low. This is a completely erroneous assumption. The anticipated very high level of additional traffic will be a major problem and significant danger. Inconsiderate, even reckless driving on the lane at times is a problem and more likely to increase. Pedestrian safety is a priority for consideration. 10.27 Preliminary Footway Connectivity Plan, 1.2 metre wide footway to the west of the site. This suggestion is not adequate due to the substandard width and two-way pedestrian flow, e.g. families with young children, pushchairs, would be hindered, necessitating walking in the road. Visibility around the junction is extremely poor. Currently pedestrians don't walk on this side of the road. 10.28 road widening in front of the site to facilitate two-way traffic. Access from opposite driveways will be problematic. Parking on the lane already hinders two-way traffic. The lane cannot be widened in the middle section. 10.33 Construction Management Plan. It should be considered that months of disruption will be extensive and detrimental to the well-being of residents on this very quiet area, especially for those at home all day. What contingencies will be made for anticipated loss of electricity supply? Will parking on the lane by construction vehicles be prohibited? Other issues. What has happened about the latest objection raised by KC lead local flood authority recommending a meeting of various parties with the applicant? Concerns raised are not covered in the report. Specular access to the farm, which will be hindered by construction works and future traffic and parking. Highway safety on Greenbolt Lane when used by drivers to avoid traffic on Rowley Lane and Wakefield Road. It is mainly single track with poor visibility, also impassable in snow and icy conditions. Winter weather and the junction of Tinker Lane and Pond Lane. The gradient of both lanes make specular access impossible in snow and icy conditions. Drivers resort to parking on Pond Lane or other locations and walking home. Significant numbers of stranded cars will be an immense problem, plus the risk of accidents. Please would the committee consider requesting the redesign with an alternative route for vehicular access to the new development, thus avoiding concerns raised above about. Sit.
The next representation is from Robert Bates, which Richard will read.
The plans for this development have been amended and altered on several occasions. The main point is that the original proposal was for 28 properties, but this has now increased to 30 properties and impacted local residents where not informed. 1. Road safety. The assumption must be that 60 plus vehicles will require daily access to this development once it is complete. Access to Tinker Lane is via either Greenbolt Lane or Pond Lane. This will cause a significant increase in traffic using these routes that can only cope with the most intermittent of traffic. As a regular user of the Pond Lane Wakefield Road junction, I think that more attention is need to be given to this junction. Has anyone actually got out and visited the restricted view when entering Wakefield Road? No mention has been made to any traffic alterations, calming measures proposed when accessing the Greenbolt Lane Little Lecton. Should parking spaces on the development become full, the local lanes cannot cope or would be unsafe to accommodate any additional parked vehicles. Proposed footpath. What impact will the proposed footpath have on the width of Tinker Lane / Pond Lane? Surely the narrowing of and road will introduce more risk. The amount of agricultural use using Tinker Lane has increased greatly this year. As I understand, the local farmland has changed owners, and this has resulted in an increase to large industrial vehicles using Tinker Lane as access to their land. This will only increase the use of Tinker Lane. Has this been factored in? 2. Overhead power lines. The plans do not lay out how the overhead power cables that enter the development from the west will be routed. The altering of any power lines will impact the local environment. The lines that come from the west over Pond Lane appear to be missing from these plans. 3. Hedgerows. This application states that no trees or hedgerows will be impacted. The complete southern edge of the development is a mature hedgerow, and this will be removed or destroyed. Why are these hedgerows being removed when it is against Kirklees policy? Any loss of these hedgerows will have an impact on the local environment and wildlife and will never be replaced once lost. 4. Flooding surface water. The residents of Farcroft that back onto the west side of the development have a history of flooding of their rear gardens, and this development is likely to impact them further. We will only have to wait to see how efficient and steps are put in place by this development. Then it could be too late. Surely the main issue with this development is one of access. If the access was directly from Wakefield Road, it would reduce the amount of impact to the local environment and residents. The route for the sewer outlet has been moved to access via Wakefield Road. Why cannot the access be moved?
The next submission is from Melvin and Julie Booth. We write as occupiers of 16 Farcroft. Our first concern is Plot 1's close proximity to our property. The fact that Plot 1 is a 3-storey house must result in a large reduction in sunlight to both our house and garden. We are concerned, as are other occupants of Farcroft, regarding the issue of water drainage and on occasions water accumulates under the houses. Building a proposed development will surely increase the risk of water damage to our foundations and property. We understand there was removal of an invasive plant from behind the garages of numbers 16 and 18 Farcroft, which left a large hole. This is filled with water to varying degrees since the excavation. We are concerned this could cause damage to our garage foundations and would ask why this has been left in this potentially dangerous state for so long. Access to the site can only be via Pond Lane and Tinker Lane, as access by Greenbolt Lane would be totally unacceptable, as this is mainly single track with poor visibility. Pond Lane is already heavily congested with cars parked on both sides of the road, making this difficult to access safely from Farcroft. Any additional traffic will only increase the potential for accidents to vehicles that are leaving Farcroft. Access to Wakefield Road from Pond Lane, particularly when turning right, is already difficult with the current traffic levels. Raising this by potentially 30 to 60 vehicles will only add to the problem and increase the potential for accidents on this stretch of road. An additional 30 houses will impact on the social infrastructure, i.e. doctors, dentists, schools, etc. We find it hard to understand why this site has been selected when 2 other brownfield sites within 2 miles have stood empty for at least 10 years. The next submission is from John Wimpany, who says, after reading the report on the findings, could I please lodge my dismay at 2 of the conclusions. 1, regarding the flooding area existing behind the houses backing onto the field, it appears to have been recognised and accepted as a problem, i.e. no soakaways allowed. It is then dismissed by the installation of attenuation tanks, storm drains and pumping stations. If the field is recognised as a sponge for rainwater, how will the building of 30 houses, roads, drives, garages, etc. help this when snow or rain has nowhere to go? Because of the slope of the field and Farcroft as a natural water gully is formed at the back of the bottom existing houses. The existing drainage system in the area is already not fit for purpose because the clear water drain gully at the bottom of Farcroft floods during heavy rainfall and runs down my drive. This has been reported on several occasions, but the reply has always been, well, it is very heavy rain, sir. It is surely not acceptable practice for the said gully to be connected into the domestic manhole in the pavement that takes top water and sewage from houses 16, 18 and 20 in Farcroft. The drainage problems in the area have been ongoing for years. With regards to tanks and pumping stations, I would ask who is going to monitor and maintain them. The council already fails miserably in its duty of care to maintain the existing drains in this locality. Any inspection would reveal numerous partially or fully blocked drains. It demonstrates a lack of detailed knowledge regarding the volume of traffic in and around the Pond Lane area. Already cars, vans, tractors with trailers, farm machinery, large horse boxes and HGVs. Alongside that, we have horses with riders and pedestrians all walking in the road due to the absence of pavements between Farcroft and Lepton Church. I suggest a thorough study of this to evaluate the scale of the problem. It's only when you witness the activity on a daily basis that you really grasp the depth of the problem. And the next submission is from Andrew Spacey, which Richard will read.
I strongly object to the application re erection of 30 dwellings and formation of a new vehicle and pedestrian access from Tinker Lane land north of Tinker Lane, Lepton, Huddersfield. Having lived on Greenbolt Lane for 6 years, I can testify to increased traffic over this time. Faster cars, often cars using this country lane network as a shortcut. Lots more littering and impact on wildlife. Imagine 60 more cars on these narrow lanes. This application will increase dangers to children and families who walk here, to horse riders and cyclists. These are country lanes, not estate roads.
And the next representation from Elizabeth Ban.
Yeah, first of all, I'd like to let the committee know that I object to the proposed planning application. Secondly, I would like the committee to know that all 10 houses that Ben Marsden has built on Tinker Lane have been experiencing and are still experiencing a great number of problems. These range from ill-fitting doors, windows, water leaking through various parts of the said houses to bad sewage smells, again coming from various locations of some of the houses. We personally have had great problems with leaking in our front room, and this has been in existence since we moved in 8 years ago. We have had numerous builders around via Ben Marsden, and every one of these builders has reassured us they can fix the problem, i.e. with sealant. It appears to solve the problem for a while, but then starts to leak again. We have had an independent survey done, and in a nutshell, it showed poor workmanship. We have contacted the insurance company numerous times to be told to get back in touch with the builder, which again we have done so numerous times. The last builder came around last week and again told us that he could fix the problem with a really good sealant that can only be bought from a builder's merchants. The builder again works for Ben Marsden. Like I've expressed at the beginning of this email, all the houses on Tinker Lane that Ben Marsden has built are still experiencing problems. I wanted to express my concerns about Ben Marsden and his poor workmanship for if or when should the building of 30 houses go ahead on Tinker Lane. I've emailed Councillor Richard Smith with my concerns and can appreciate that as a councillor there isn't a great deal he can do, but did suggest I will be able to mention my concerns to the planning committee.
And the next representation is from Jean Armitage, who says, I'm a resident of number 28 Farcroft and I'm very concerned about the resulting traffic. Tinker Lane is a single track road and Pond Lane is a minor country road. Even with the planned improvements, they are inadequate for the amount of traffic that will be generated. In particular, the junctions are very poor. Tinker Lane joins Pond Lane on a blind bend and cars have to nose out to be able to see. There is already a danger to cars travelling on Pond Lane. The same applies to Farcroft joining Pond Lane, a situation already exacerbated by cars and vans parking right up to the junction. 60 plus extra cars travelling up and down here will make the situation practically impossible. The planned footpath is also substandard in places and therefore will not be safe. You already take your life in your hands trying to pull out into Wakefield Road. The sight lines are poor and the exit from the petrol station opposite makes it way more difficult. The fact that this junction won't be improved causes me great concern. Because of these problems, traffic already queues back here at rush hour and this will be made much worse by all the extra traffic. Finally, I'm concerned by the flooding. My garden has regularly flooded and I'm not convinced that the plans offer any long-term solution. If the system is not adopted by the Water Authority, who will be responsible for any problems? I know that people have had to sue management companies in the past to get work done and this prospect really worries me. And the next is from Carlton Young, who says, as a local resident, I object to this application. My concern is the access roads to the site. Highways have no objection, para 10.30 in the summary, mentioning low traffic flow from the minor road. With an additional 60 vehicles as an absolute minimum, plus service, deliveries, etc., the traffic flow will no longer be low. There will be queues at the junction at peak times, standing cars, noise and emission pollution, and cars turning in from Wakefield Road could be obstructed due to cars parked on Pond Lane, leading to disruption on the main road. The potential for accidents is surely increased. Your summary makes no mention of people using Greenbort Lane, yet it is impossible to say people won't use this route. These roads are single track points and not suitable for more traffic. Do committee members see the public objections in full before this meeting? If not, you only see the summary provided by the planning officer. This is bound to be biased, even unconsciously, in favour of the application, considering the recommendation is to approve. I sent lots of photographs on the 4th of March showing how unsuitable the roads are for more traffic, not just the junctions. These are attached if you didn't see them, and these are the photographs that I forwarded on to the committee members yesterday by email. Highways seem to have focused only on the junction issue, not the suitability of the roads themselves. The plans show Pond Lane being improved to create a substandard footpath, destroying the rural nature of this lane by removing verges and hedgerows and creating a pavement and traffic management scheme. This would not at all be in keeping with the current rural nature of this lane, and the result will be a pavement which is actually below recommendations anyway. The proposed improvement of Pond Lane between Farcroft and Tinker Lane goes completely against the first sentence of para 10.14, which is developments are required to mitigate their impact on biodiversity and improve and provide enhanced resulting in a net biodiversity gain. Removing existing verges and hedgerows to build pavements and traffic management schemes does not result in a net biodiversity gain. This seems to have been overlooked as it is away from the actual development site, but would ruin this section of the lane. I note that the woodland to the east of the site is designated as part of the Kirklees Strategic Wildlife Network 2.1. While this woodland is not directly affected by the development, the neighbouring field being turned into a housing estate will no doubt have an impact on any wildlife living there. This is not the way to protect woodland and wildlife. I strongly feel that this application should be rejected until such a time as the developer resubmits plans with a new road directly to Wakefield Road. This is the only suitable way access can be made to the site without a significant negative impact upon existing residents and roads. The next submission is from Marie Hodgson.
I am resubmitting my objections to the above proposed development with regards to road safety issues. As I have previously explained, my garage is just off Pond Lane. Currently, I have issue with traffic on Pond Lane and parking problems on the road, causing access difficulties both in and out of my garage and from the main road into Pond Lane. The junction of Pond Lane and Wakefield Road is often compromised by cars parking too close to the junction. This means that turning into Pond Lane from the main road is considerably unsafe, especially coming from the Paul Lane side. More traffic on the lane will make the situation even worse, especially during construction. We had several issues with large vehicles when the recent previous developments were under construction, and I can see even worse problems occurring should the Tinker Lane development go ahead as currently proposed. Pond Lane and Tinker Lane are far too narrow for heavy construction traffic, let alone the 60 plus additional vehicles that will occupy the buildings of these houses once occupied. Residents park on both sides of Pond Lane, leading right up to the junction with Farcroft. Turning out of Farcroft is already a tricky business as you cannot see if the road is clear. I have had many close calls here. This will be even more dangerous with heavy lorries passing and then later with the unacceptable amount of new vehicles using the road from the new houses. This is notwithstanding the noise, damage to existing road surfaces, dirt and disruption residents will be expected to endure. The junction of Tinker Lane to Pond Lane is a blind bend. Both horses and vehicles from nearby stables at low fold use the road. Frequently cars, horses, walkers are all in the middle of the road here taking the bend. It is already a risk without increased activity which will result from this misguided proposal. It is surely not rocket science to make it a stipulation that the site be accessed by a new permanent road leading off Wakefield Road. In fact, it is beyond my understanding why this hasn't already been enforced. It seems to me that people's well-being and quality of life is way down the list when decisions are made. It makes me very angry that our environment has been destroyed in this way. This proposal also affects the people who live on Farcroft in a very detrimental way, invading their privacy because houses will overlook their properties, causing stress and noise both during construction and once complete, affecting their mental well-being as well as enjoyment of their gardens. Maybe if the planning decisions were made by people living adjacent to this plot, the result will be a bit different. But as it does not affect their lives, it's fine to ruin others. I just cannot believe how it can go ahead with so many objections. I suppose it all comes down to money to be made, a very selfish attitude with no regard to people who live here in the immediate vicinity.
Thank you. The next submission is from Julie Mountford.
I'm writing as the occupier of 26 Farcroft Lecton. My major objections are as follows. The footprint of the new house at plot 12 runs from the back wall of my house along 2/3 of my garden. I would have a 3-storey gable wall along this entire length. By virtue of its depth, height and associated bulk, it would appear overbearing and visually intrusive, particularly from my sunroom and garden. The gable wall also has 4 windows and a door all overlooking my house and garden, which leads to an unacceptable degree of overlooking and causes a loss of privacy that would be detrimental. I'm particularly concerned with the lounge window. This can't be necessary given that there is another big window to this room. My sunroom has brick walls and is heated, so it is used throughout the year, not just in the summer, so privacy and the overbearing gable wall are a major concern. I disagree with the planners that there is a buffer zone. My property would not be affected. All I would see from my sunroom and garden would be this gable wall with doors and windows. Please see attached photos of where the gable wall would be. Another major concern is the flooding issues. The latest proposal is that they're dealt with by means of attenuation tank. This may be adopted by the Water Authority or may be run by a management company. This latter option is very worrying. What combat would I and other residents Farcroft have if there were problems in 15 years' time? It is notoriously difficult to deal with management companies, especially as the developer would have taken his money and gone years before. At least it should be conditioned that the tanks are built to standards that are adopted by Yorkshire Water. I'm also concerned that the flood route runs along the length of my property and garden. Again, what recourse do we have if this fails and my property is flooded? My final concern is that the latest report by the lead flood authority objects to the scheme. Presumably this has changed, but we have not seen it, so cannot comment on any amendments. My other major objections are covered by other people, so I will just say the local single track or country lanes are not suitable for a development of this density, and in particular the junctions at Tinker Lane and Pond Lane and onto Wakefield Road are totally inadequate. For the planners to say that it is okay as mitigation works are not practical is laughable.
The next submission is on behalf of Dr. Michael Adam, who says, has the developer now accepted that SUDS attenuation tanks are not a viable option to prevent flooding on the site and adjacent properties as laid out by the Kirklees LLFA lead Paul Farndale in his letter of the 13th of July 2020? Does the proposed new sewer indicate a change in the previously declared position of this not being option for drainage from the site across a tract of land that has previously experienced subsidence? Is it planned that there will be an overspill tank for the site for the lifetime of the site, and where will this be placed? I would advise that as there are many unanswered questions relating to the drainage of this site and this plan is being rushed through and not being discussed adequately with the public, that further discussion is necessary and that any decision should be delayed until everyone, especially local residents, are well informed as to what to expect. The next submission is from Mark Robinson, who highlights key points admitted or not highlighted in the report. This former greenfield site was reclassified in the local plan despite multiple objections to the local plan generally and this site specifically. Informing the local plan, no site visit was made and its suitability was assessed purely as a desk-based exercise. Multiple references are made to the principle of development being approved, even though this was achieved without thorough assessment. Density of housing is deemed acceptable, but can be clearly seen as viewing a site map. It is more than double that of the surrounding area. Despite negotiating a slightly better mix of housing, the majority are large executive homes, which are not the priority housing need in Kirklees. The report fails to mention that a limited road safety audit identified problems leading to a significant road safety hazard and acknowledge that hundreds of extra vehicle movements per day will be generated currently on quiet country lanes. The Pond Lane Wakefield Road junction has been assessed as substandard but deemed acceptable based on evidence of the last 5 years' traffic accidents. It is the future situation that concerns residents. No assessment has been made using the forecast hundreds of extra vehicle movements per day. The highways work carried out is inadequate given the potential impact of the development. No assessment has been made at different times of day or in different weather conditions. Concerns regarding access for emergency vehicles and the backing up of traffic on Pond Lane have not been addressed. Drainage plans have changed in the original proposal after the objections and now run north across third-party land. It is stated that there is no mitigating action possible for the highways issues, but this is not true. If the drains can go north to Wakefield Road, so could an access road. Provision of electric vehicle charging points is highlighted as a mitigation to climate change, but this is minuscule compared to the negative effects of destroying a greenfield, the removal of a mature hedge and pollution from hundreds of extra cars. The report fails to identify how this specific development contributes to the Council's net zero carbon emissions target. The conclusion states that the development would not result in any significant harm to residential amenity. This is patently untrue. Proposing to build 30 houses on a greenfield at the edge of a village by definition is a major change to residential amenity. It is stated that the development is necessary to meet the council's housing delivery targets. Achievement of a target is not a valid reason for considering a planning application acceptable. In summary, this proposed development has no local support. If approved, it creates a dangerous road traffic situation. It's totally out of proportion to the surrounding area. It does not meet the needs of the community and it should be rejected. The next submission is from Mr. and Mrs. Colecco.
The occupancy of the 30 dwellings could be such that a large number of vehicles in excess of 2 per property could be envisaged, thereby exceeding the parking spaces provided. Tinker Lane would therefore become an overflow car park and hence an obstruction to other traffic using the lane. The widening of the road would not alleviate this problem, particularly with regard to agricultural traffic. The entire site flows from the southeast corner towards the northwest corner onto the boundary between the dwellings of Farcroft, in particular numbers 22, 24 and 26. As a result of this topography, these properties do suffer from excessive water during heavy or prolonged periods of rain. The drainage proposals associated with the site direct all surface water into attenuation tanks outside these properties and thereafter into the proposed mixed sewer system. These tanks are marked as unadoptable, which poses a considerable potential hazard to the properties of Farcroft, particularly if they were to silt up, leak, be damaged or poorly constructed. The proposed tanks do not seem to be serviceable as no manholes are visible to service them. We would therefore request that Yorkshire Water adopts them so as to provide some sort of security to existing residents. Furthermore, the sewage system flows across a third-party property known to be prone to mining subsidence and instability, adding to the concerns of the viability of the proposals. A document dated the 20th of 12/19, reference 19/D17, stated that approaches have been made to the adjacent landowner. No agreement to take a sewer across their land could be reached and hence deemed to be discounted as a solution. Has this changed? The proposed changes to the brow of Pond Lane between Tinker Lane and Farcroft also causes grave concern, particularly with regard to the residents of Farcroft who have difficulties accessing Pond Lane due to its narrowness, the number of parked vehicles and the poor visibility along Pond Lane. The proposed prioritised section will further exacerbate the situation by causing severe obstructions to traffic exiting Farcroft, with reduced visibility and queuing traffic. Add to this the volume of construction traffic even before the occupation of the proposed dwellings, the difficulties associated with the Wakefield Road junction and petrol station. Accidents are inevitable. The temptation for traffic to travel in the opposite direction via a single track twisting lane could also promote further accidents.
The next statement is on behalf of Dave Henderson.
I sincerely hope that the Planning Committee have had the opportunity to visit the location and hopefully have seen for yourselves inferior road provision and quality of those roads. The highways and the local amenities, doctors, schools, dentists, etc. are simply not adequate for a development of this size. Greenbolt Lane and Pond Lane are already dangerous roads used by drivers in a hurry to cut out queuing traffic at the Rowley Lane / Wakefield Road junction. There have been many near misses and some minor accidents. Will it really take something serious or fatal for this issue to be listened to? These roads are used regularly throughout any given day by horse riders, walkers, cyclists and children. The excess traffic on already poor quality roads with very poor visibility in parts is literally an accident waiting to happen. With other significant developments in the local green belt, which appear to have a green light from Kirklees prior to the consultation period, this development isn't absolutely necessary, and there are other areas with better road networks to support more new houses. This is green belt after all, and there are plenty generic arguments for the loss of wildlife, etc., but the main consideration must be for the safety of members of the public that are already struggling to safely use the surrounding roads without another 60 plus cars that will be generated from this development.
The next representation is from Julie Beaumont, which is a series of 4 questions.
Question 1. The number of houses for planning started at 28. which then increased to 30, which seems out of character for the area as the site is 0.87 hectares. The first phase of houses on Tinker Lane is on a slightly less scale, but only consisting of 10 houses. Farcroft is similar in size to the proposed development and consists of approximately 20. Why is there a need for 30? The houses proposed at 3 stories high are neither in keeping with the rural surroundings. My previous objection stated this would be overdevelopment of a greenfield site. Is this even being taken into consideration? 2. How can highways propose that there will be no impact to vehicle access or exiting at either the junction with Tinker Lane, Greenbolt Lane, Farcroft, Pond Lane, or even Pond Lane to Wakefield Road? They have made a suggestion that there are speed cameras on Wakefield Road, which may control speed but does not control the amount of traffic using the main road or junctions and how little traffic give way to let traffic out, or the fact that large HGVs park to use facilities at the service station causing viewing obstructions. A better proposal is needed for the safety of all using the said roads. They also stated there have been no actions at the junction of Pond Lane to Wakefield Road. However, there have been incidents on Wakefield Road / Rowley Lane, which then add to Greenbolt Lane becoming a rat run. 3. I would like to know why there has not been a proper consultation of all the planning information to all residents who live in the vicinity or on Tinker Lane. I feel that not everything has been transparent with regards to consultations and conclusions to previous objections. I have not had one bit of communication from the council with regards to this planning development, and I live in the little recess on Tinker Lane. Everything that I've been notified about is through word of mouth, Facebook or emails from one of my neighbours. 4. I would like to ask why a developer with such a poor reputation of building the previous development on Tinker Lane is even allowed to propose a 30-house development. As stated in a previous objection to planning permission on 2010/91676, came with a specific discharge conditions which were disregarded. This, in fact, 8 to 10 houses have suffered building issues, 5 of which are still ongoing from the date they were purchased. I personally have had my house nearly rebuilt at the back by another builder. The house insurance scheme that comes with these builds is nigh on impossible to work with and has taken us between 6 to 7 years to resolve our problem at a cost of over 30,000 approximately. I know this is not really a council matter, but thought it was worth mentioning as those who may be a detriment to purchase a new home. That's it.
And the next submission is from Yvonne Humphreys.
I note that nowhere in the documents is it stated that there is a working farm on Tinker Lane, Tinker Lane track. So should this planning application be given the go-ahead, can the planning committee guarantee that at no time during construction or when the services are put in that Pond Lane, Tinker Lane or Tinker Lane track will not be blocked? Blakeman Hill Farm is a working farm and access is needed 24/7 to maintain both the land and attend to livestock. So it is imperative that the road is not blocked at any time to either the farm or to the current residents of Tinker Lane. As well as a working farm, there are 12 residences, and further up Tinker Lane there is another house down Lower House Lane, which also has a business attached, and again has lorries and vans attending daily. Can you, the committee, guarantee that all site vehicles, including deliveries and contractors, will park only on the site, and that any building materials be stored on the development site, and that any unloading will also take place on the site? This is not only to allow access of residents' vehicles and farm machinery, but also to maintain the safety of the general public, as there are daily a large number of pedestrians, many who are children, walking up and down Tinker Lane to either attend Lepton Highlanders Sports Club or just generally out rambling, as well as cyclists and horse riders. Should the development go ahead, where will all the excess cars park? As once a pedestrian pavement is added, there will simply not be enough room for cars to park and for other vehicles, especially farm machinery, to safely travel up and down the road. The bottom of Tinker Lane is a blind corner, and to manoeuvre safely onto Pond Lane, you have to push your vehicle out into the road, which already puts drivers and pedestrians at risk. So to add to the volume of traffic, So to add to volume traffic, it's going to increase the risk of accidents. Plus, Pond Lane is barely more than a car wide, barely more than a car wide due to the amount of residents parking on there. So to add another 30 houses worth of traffic, brackets 90 to 100 cars, is going to be quite dangerous, especially when trying to get out onto Wakefield Road. Plus, the amount of pollution from vehicles just sat there waiting to get out of an already difficult junction. And the only other route is to go around Greenbolt Lane, but it's a single vehicle lane with many blind corners. Myself and many other people, including the company Paragon, employed by the builder, feel that there will be more accidents due to the unsuitability of both Tinker Lane and Pond Lane for the volume of traffic that a development of this size will create. Greenbolt Lane, Little Lepton and Tinker Lane are areas of outstanding beauty that are enjoyed by many, never more apparent than during the last few months. And a development of this size with the amount of traffic it will create will be devastating for this area.
And the next submission is from Sarah Young, who says, my biggest concern is in regards to the increase in traffic that this will cause. I live near the bottom of Pond Lane, so I already see the issues we currently have with vehicles trying to turn out onto Wakefield Road at busy times of day. During school times in particular, you often have to wait for 20 cars or more to pass before you can pull out. With the addition of more houses in the area, presumably with many requiring to travel during the school run, this will cause increased wait times to turn out of Pond Lane. There is also a restricted view on this corner to see the oncoming traffic, made worse if there is a pedestrian waiting to cross. The other exit in this area is on Greenbolt Lane. This is a very narrow, winding road with several blind bends. There are sections which are single track. There is only one area where I can think of that has the width for a passing place, but this means going onto someone's private land, pulling in front of their gate, straight top of drive. I imagine after a few times of people using this route and meeting other cars as they go around it, they will soon decide to use Pond Lane instead, therefore increasing the traffic there and have queuing up the street. Another concern is that when compared to the rest of the area, the new plans look like the houses are densely packed into a small space. I'm sure it will be a matter of time before the other surrounding fields will be developed to, having planning permission granted on the basis that this development has gone ahead. It would only be a matter of time before this area was just another housing estate like Fenny Bridge Park. The lovely scenic views that currently line Pond Lane, Tinker Lane, etc. would be lost. I'm sure Kirklees has many other available areas that could be developed on instead of this one, which would not have such a negative impact upon its surrounding area. The next submission from Sharon Bryden, who says, as residents of Tinker Lane, we have been very poorly informed about matters, and it was only by chance that a neighbour forwarded me an email last week to advise about the planning meeting. We received the email on Thursday evening as we left for a week's holiday, so I'm writing this whilst we're away as I am unable to attend the call. Although it is looking like the development is going ahead, I still have concerns about road safety due to the narrow country roads, farm vehicles, walkers, horse riders, etc. using it. The thought of potentially an extra 60 plus cars using it, plus delivery vehicles, friends visiting, etc. is clearly not realistic. Quite frankly, it's dangerous. The impact on the wildlife is worrying, and we've made our views clear on this. It seems that targets for building houses are more important than what is actually really important. And the last written submission from Graham Roebuck is, as a resident of Tinker Lane, I can't stress enough that this application should not go through. The main points being Tinker Lane and Pond Lane, where they double park, cannot cope with a lot more traffic. Have the planning committee been and see how bad it is, and the blind corner onto Tinker Lane. The plans also say there is parking for 2 cars per household, and then only 6 visitors parking spots for 30 houses. This is not enough for so many houses. We have 2 older children. They have both got a car. Where will the house owners who have more than 2 cars park? And if taking visitor spaces, where will the visitors park? Tinker Lane is too narrow for parked cars, and so much more traffic this site would cause. The development already on Tinker Lane has 10 houses on it, and the proposed new site is smaller with 30 houses. 3 times more, which is far too many for a narrow country lane that has a lot of farm machinery using it. I would also like to mention that someone put in planning permission off Pond Lane, Greenbought Lane for 11 houses and had it refused on the grounds that the roads could not take the extra traffic they would create. So how can you now justify 30 houses? The amount of Lepton residents who enjoy walking around this area, I'm sure would agree with the above points. I have no problem with the lesser number of houses and an entrance onto it from Wakefield Road. I'm certain that there'll be an accident at some point. And then next, if we can bring in Councillor Armour.
Bill,
yes.
Are you there?
Yes, thank
Right,
you.
Bill, you're 5 minutes. I'll set you off now.
Thank you. I do not support this proposal. This site is allocated for housing in the local plan, but that does not mean that we have to build on it regardless of the potential consequences. And we've heard some good submissions from residents. There are a number of issues to be addressed, so I will just present an overview. My major concern is highway safety. Should a proportion of new residents seek to use the Greenbought Lane to Rowley Lane route, perhaps to take children to school or perhaps as a route to Penistone Road, then we will have created a very dangerous situation. Any increase of vehicular traffic on that route, which is narrow, several sharp bends and no pavement, is not sustainable. Furthermore, that would not be a safe walking route to Lepton schools. I expect that most of the newly generated traffic will turn right out of Tinker Lane, along Pond Lane to Wakefield Road. I am far from convinced that the Wakefield Road junction, with a petrol station directly opposite Pond Lane, is safe today, let alone with extra traffic. Tellingly, at paragraph 1029 of the document pack, we are told frankly that sight lines are substandard at this junction and that there are no practicable mitigation works envisaged. In other words, it is either too difficult or too expensive to bring this junction up to standard. So it seems we are prepared to gamble with the lives of road users. In all conscience, I cannot agree with the conclusion in paragraph 1031 that there would not be a significant safety issue. I am sure that there will be. Moving on, concerns have been raised with me about drainage and sewerage on and from the site. I appreciate that an improved plan has been submitted, and we are told at paragraph 1035 that evidence has been provided by the applicant that the use of third-party land is achievable. Where is this evidence? What if, after the start of the work, it turns out the applicant's competence is misplaced? I think we need a condition requiring that the applicant demonstrates the necessary approvals and agreements to facilitate the drainage and sewerage arrangements before work commences. I appreciate that the proposed housing density falls within current limits, but we are also informed that there is no room for any open space on this site. This does not bode well for the amenity of future occupants. It suggests to me that there is an element of cramped overdevelopment here, and the plans seem to support that. And looking at this proposal and others, I fear that we are in real danger of building the slums of tomorrow. We should aspire to better. At paragraph 1038, we're told there is an area of woodland adjacent to this site, part of the Kirklees Wildlife Habitat Network, so it sounds very important to me, wherein the trees are not protected. Why not? Surely the necessary steps should be taken by Kirklees at the very earliest opportunity to protect this area, and certainly before we have heavy construction vehicles moving in close proximity to it. Paragraph 1039 speaks of two hedgerows, which are said to be important. We're told that the vast majority of one and approximately 1/3 of the other is to be retained. Can we be more specific here? I'm not bothered whether we use meters, yards, perches or chains, but we need to be clear about this. As it is, too much is open to interpretation. And we all know what is left imprecise is left unenforceable. On page 63 of the document pack, there's a fairly gratuitous officer comment that development of the site is necessary to meet the council's housing delivery targets. Well, Mr. Chairman, with all due respect, I say that far more would be achieved if developers would be persuaded to build on the many brownfield sites for which planning permission has been granted but not acted upon. We are actually throwing away open countryside, wonderful views, lovely area for the greed of developers. It's not really on. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thanks, Bill.
Councillor Smith, next.
Richard, you've got 5 minutes starting from now.
Thank you. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah.
Thank you. So I'm speaking to raise concerns about this development. I've been a councillor for 4.5 years, and this is the first time I've ever attended a strategic planning to raise concerns. So I don't take this decision lightly. It's because I have serious concerns about this proposal. From a highway safety perspective, I have serious worries that by building 30 houses on Tinker Lane, the already pretty dire situation accessing Wakefield Road from Pond Lane will be exacerbated. Currently, cars can already queue from as far back at Pond Lane as Tinker Lane itself due to vehicles having to wait to turn right onto Wakefield Road. This is a difficult junction to navigate because it requires clear space on both directions simultaneously, which is often not the case. The row of cars travelling towards Wakefield is usually constant and breaks in the traffic are rare. I regularly drive up Rowley Lane myself and make a similar turn right onto Wakefield Road, and the problem is very similar. To add 30 extra houses, most of which will have 2 cars, most of which will be in the early morning school and work traffic, is bound to make the situation worse. People who currently live on Pond Lane, Tinker Lane and Farcroft are already well used to the issues in accessing the main road. In an ideal world, Kirklees would be looking at ways to alleviate this, but what we are discussing here is a development of houses which will make the situation far worse. People will be forced to sit in their vehicles on driveways, waiting to join the queue just to start their journey in the morning. How we can consider this to be suitable as a site to build all these houses escapes me, if I'm being honest. What kind of studies have been done in the morning rush hour to assess the current situation? What will be the impact of these houses? How many extra cars do we envisage being present on Pond Lane because of the extra houses? What mitigation against this congestion is proposed? What I'm really concerned about here is imposing a situation on the people who live in these streets that will have a serious detrimental impact upon their way of life forever. This will not be a temporary inconvenience while construction traffic is in the area. This will be housing that is here to stay. The roads are not large roads. They are small roads which are struggling with the volume of traffic at the moment. We have seen a proposed widening of part of that road, as outlined earlier in the actual presentation. This is only at the far end of the road, and it's not possible in much of Pond Lane. Further down the road, there are no accessible pavements, so this already exacerbates that situation too. It could be argued that for the infrastructure in place, this is already overdevelopment. And here we are discussing a development which is bound to make that situation much worse. There is a clear risk here, not just regarding congestion and frustration, but also because of this, drivers will start taking chances to move out onto the main road when a suitable gap in the traffic does not exist. We all know drivers come in many different guises, so they're very confident drivers and very nervous drivers, and a lot that fall somewhere in between. All it will need is someone to be too nervous to pull out in a gap, but the person behind thinks they should have, someone blows a horn in frustration, and then the nervous driver pulls out when they really shouldn't have, and there would be a potentially serious accident. Wakefield Road is a busy road with buses, large lorries, motorcycles and cars. The potential for accidents here is real. And I do not point this out to scaremonger. The line of sight is not as good here as it is when pulling out from Rowley Lane. It also has the disadvantage of other side roads close by, which allows the situation to change quickly should someone pull out of Lipgate or Pingfold Lane. There's also not the insignificant issue of the Spar convenience store and petrol station almost directly opposite. And the photographs earlier didn't really do this justice, and I don't believe you people in the committee have had the opportunity to have a site visit due to the COVID regulations, but it really is not an ideal situation at the moment. So this again adds to the number of vehicles entering and leaving Wakefield Road, and this seems to me to be a very risky situation which cannot be allowed to be made worse by deliberate introduction of many more cars. The situation is even worse when you consider the rat run that exists behind St John's Church, which allows Pond Lane to be used as an alternative to the Wakefield Road Rowley Lane junction in both directions. Clearly, this will also be made worse by building extra houses. In addition to the obvious road safety issues, I'm also concerned that extra cars will park in and around Tinker Lane, so farm vehicles do need to access their land, and it cannot be right that this will compromise from building an extra 30 houses. So whilst we've heard other very well put together arguments detailing concerns, I believe that the one overriding issue that cannot be addressed is
Richard, please.
I will do. The fact that building 30 extra houses with the additional vehicles makes this application one that can only be rejected. Unless this development has directly accessible access from Wakefield Road, it just cannot be considered acceptable in my view. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we will just mute while we dial in the agent for this application, who is Tom Cook. Okay, so Councillor Hall will speak to you next, and then you'll be live. Okay.
Great, thank you.
Afternoon, you've got 3 minutes starting from now.
Thank you, Chair. Members, the application before you this afternoon is the culmination of a significant amount of work with your professional officers. As set out in the officer's report, this is an existing allocated housing site that's taken through the local plan process. In working with officers, we've sought to ensure that the density meets your policy requirements, which is why we are proposing 30 dwellings today. In doing so, and working with officers, we've been able to secure support from your officers in highways, drainage, flood risk, landscape and ecology departments. The issue of access has been considered in detail, extensive work has been provided, and given that there have been no accident data and no issues with accessing the site in the last 5 years, it is the case that highways officers consider this to be appropriate. The proposed layout seeks to deliver a mix of house types with a variety of styles, which are aesthetically appropriate, and in delivering a mix of terrace, semi-detached and detached properties, it's the case that the scheme represents an appropriate mix of dwellings which meets local plan policy. Members, the scheme also provides a policy-compliant number of new affordable homes. The development will therefore assist in the aims of the local ward members to secure new affordable and starter homes, which we welcomed in the area. In summary, the scheme has resolved all technical considerations and has been designed so as to meet local plan policy requirements in terms of density, form, mix, and how it relates to the character of the local area. The development includes enhancements to pedestrian access to the site, which has been designed to be accommodated within the existing highway network. It is the case that in delivering the affordable and starter homes, we are already being approached by local people who are keen to get on the housing ladder and see this as an ideal site for them to do so. The development is sustainable, as I say, it is an allocated site and is therefore considered acceptable. Members, we do hope that you will support your officers after granting planning permission. Thank you for your time.
Cool. Right. Just before we go on to members, has any officers got anything to add, such as highways issues or anything else? Victor?
Chair, this is the legal officer. Could I say something?
If you wish.
Thank you. I've just been listening to the 20-odd representations, and some of the representations have expressed opinions on the quality of the developer and described problems they've experienced. These are private matters, and the nature and identity of the developer or the applicant is not a material planning consideration. And I just want to remind members that that is not to be taken into account. I'm sure they already know, but I just wanted to make it clear for people viewing this.
Yeah, thanks, Deborah. Thanks. Victor or Chris, you got anything to add so far?
Hi, Chair. It's Chris Downs here. Yeah. I've just put speak up on the thing. Yeah, and obviously I've noticed a lot of the objections and councillors have been speaking about highway matters, which obviously there'll be I'm sure there'll be quite a bit of discussion about this. I'll wait until sort of committee members have had their say and then just respond at once, if that's okay.
Right, Chris.
Is that okay?
Yep. That's fine. David Wordsworth, yeah.
Thank you, Chair. There's quite a few issues to come back on, obviously, from a planning perspective, but I think if you're agreeable to it, we'll do that after the councillors have spoken as well. And I would like to obviously have Paul speaking on behalf of the drainage department as well.
Yeah. All
Thank
right,
you.
David. Right, members. Councillor Scott.
Thank you, Chair. It was really regarding the drainage issues. I do actually know the site. I actually did do a site visit as well, just to so that people are aware. I did drive up. I've got friends that live around there, so I'm fully familiar with it. The drainage does concern me because we're seeing excessive rainfall as well, and at these the field is on a slope and there's a lot of pooling. So I just want some reassurance from the officers regarding what will be put in place or what we can condition in place. And the other thing is the highway safety, about measures what we can put in place, because turning onto Wakefield Road, turning right in particular from this site, is quite bad. Could I ask that the officers also bring back up the plan of Tinker Lane, where it shows the houses, the 10 houses that were built? It's just to give others that if they didn't go to the site visit, the perception of how narrow that road it actually is. So it's just to give you an idea. So that's it for now, Steve. I'm going to hold back at the moment. So.
Right, Kathy. Councillor Pinner.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I too have been on a site visit. I went there on Monday afternoon and had a look over the fence into the field. In the middle of the field, there's a pile of equipment that somebody had been using to do something or other. I don't know what, but and I was certainly aware, looking at it and driving out, of the issue in relation to the junction between Tinker Lane and Pond Lane. One can see the problems there straight away. And one of the questions I'd like to ask of Highways, I can't remember whether it's in the report or not, what the traffic generation figures are. It certainly won't be 60, but it will be you know, a figure and an in and out movement. I have got lots of concerns about this actually. The size of the houses, there is a range. I agree with that. The problem I have is that they're all 3-storey houses, and even if they look like 2-storey houses, we are talking about a height that is not, I don't think, typical of the surrounding area, and that to me is a problem. There's a bit of loose talk about the hedgerows as well. And it seems to me that there is a danger that the whole of the southern hedgerow will be lost, because that is a frontage for the houses that are going to be built there. And we've heard several comments about the loss of hedgerows in general, and certainly this one in particular. So I think I need clarification on that point. The surface, the drainage issue, I'm not really very clear whether this is about surface water drainage or sewerage. Certainly if the getting an easement across somebody else's land to take it out into Wakefield Road, it doesn't exist, then that is certainly a problem. So we as members certainly need reassurance on that. Finally, agricultural traffic. I'm not convinced, reading the report, that any account has been taken of agricultural movements along these roads, and we all know that I mean, I don't know what sort of agricultural vehicles we're talking about, but for the most part they are pretty big, and will there will be an issue about vehicles passing. So there's all sorts of things which I think there's too many loose ends. Anyway, I'll leave it at that for the moment.
Right, Andrew. Donald?
Yeah. Well, I think as a planning committee, we need to take on board a lot of the things that the general public have had to say, the objectors. They live there. They know what it's like. I know what it's like because I've been, know Tinker Lane now quite a lot about Lepton. I used to have a lot of customers up there. And Tinker Lane is a country lane, and at the end of that lane there's a farm. And the farmer was the first person, she was the first person to speak. And we've got to remember, it's all right talking about putting all these houses up. Where are these people going to work, number one? And number two, 3-storey. We've just turned down one in Murfield that was 3-storey because we didn't like it, because apparently it didn't fit. Do these fit any better? I doubt it. I quite honestly, it's come to a point now when I think this local plan must have been picked by officers by getting a map out in front of poking pins in and saying we'll build there, there and there, because I can tell you now, in Home Valley South, you've beggared Home Valley South up with all the houses that have been built. You can't move in Netherthong, you can't move in Upperthong, they're overbuilt, too many motor cars, and this is exactly what will happen at Pond Lane and Tinker Lane, around that area. The traffic that is generated up there will be totally crazy. And I've got to say, I'm not putting my hand up for anything that's going to backfire on us, because it surely will. All these properties we're building now, in a year or two's time, they will backfire. I told them about schools and the flooding. We haven't sorted that out yet. These people come along, these planners, and builders, we're going to do this, this and this. And when they're saying that, they haven't got a clue what they're going to do. All they're interested in is building houses. And they're not high quality houses, believe it or not. If you went down to the Cotswolds and saw the houses they build down there, and they're building houses for local people, but they don't build 30, they build half a dozen or 10, and they're exactly like, same shape, same size as the houses that are 150 years old. In other words, they fit in. There's no round here fits in. It would have done 20, 30 years ago, because councils would have said, you can't build that unless you build it to X, X and X. Now, anything goes. We've got houses at Aidedge that don't match up with Note in Aidedge. They're horrible. Oh, and they're not very well built, none of them. We've got houses at schools that leak. They've had fronts off 3 times and they still haven't queued leak. So just remember, when you put your hand up for all these plans that are put in front of you, these wonderful plans, just remember what could happen. And I've got to tell you, lots of things could happen. And I listening to all these people in Lepton, they can't all be wrong, and they've all singing off same hymn sheet, basically. I mean, really, I'd be, to cut down time, I would have said to them, why don't you just have one spokesperson to represent everybody? But at the end of the day, that probably would be fair, because people want their own say. So I'm just saying, what those people have said up there, I can't knock anything they've said. I certainly can't knock the farmer. The lane is very narrow, and we're taking hedgerows away. We've been told by DEFRA, well, Mark told us first, get your hedgerows back. The bird life and things in the hedges, the hedgerows, they've been destroyed. We're just getting, the sparrows are coming back now because farmers are now putting hedges in. Taking them all away again and putting houses there. Well, yeah, what? This is Lepton, this is in the country, not in middle of Dewsbury. Just please remember that, all of you. Thank you.
Donna.
Thank you, Chair. A lot of my concerns have already been asked about, you know, traffic, roads, access. The only other thing I've got is somebody earlier on, one of the objectors mentioned overhead power lines. I'm just wondering if anybody can clarify on what that's about, because I'm not in favour of overhead power lines, to be honest, at all. And also, what's the split? We've heard that there's going to be 3-bedroomed and 5-bedroomed houses. What's the actual split on that? You know, how many 3 and how many 5? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. David Wordsworth.
Thank you, Chair. David Wordsworth, Team Leader for Major and Minerals Applications. Quite a few things to cover there. I'll start with the housing allocation. So this isn't Greenbelt, as one or two speakers alluded to. This is an allocated housing site where it sets a minimum requirement for the local plan for 31,140 homes to be delivered between 2013 and 2031, which equates to 730 homes per annum. The council need to deliver the full potential of allocated housing sites to provide the housing that is needed in the borough. Apologies, councillors, if you have heard that previously, but I'm just giving you the background to this. The housing allocation can therefore be given full weight in any decision making. Whilst this is not a brownfield site, the local plan does require development on greenfield sites to meet housing provision. In terms of density, national policy and local policy LP7 require developments and local planning authorities to ensure the efficient and effective use of land. Housing sites are required to provide a density of a minimum of 35 dwellings per hectare. Lower densities will only be acceptable where demonstrated as necessary to be compatible with surroundings. This layout is, in officers' opinion, comparable to the density of other developments existing in the locality, including part of the Farcroft estate to the west. The density proposed on this site is 35 dwellings per hectare and therefore complies with local policy LP7. In terms of housing mix, there are a mixture of property types. There are 14 detached, 10 semi and 6 terraced. And one of the councillors, I think it was Councillor Bellamy, requested to know about the numbers. So there are 4-bed detached. There are 7 of those. There are 6 3-bed terraces. There are 10 3-bed semi-detached. And there are 4-bed and 5-bed. I haven't got the numbers in front of me. In terms of publicity, one or two residents mentioned that they hadn't been consulted. Our records show that when the application was received in June last year, we sent 46 letters out to neighbouring properties, and that was also in addition to site notices, and it was advertised in the press. When amended plans were received and substantial changes were made, 114 letters were sent out in February 2020. That's in addition to the site notices and advertised in the press. Victor, could you put the site plan on, please, so we can just look at some site details? Just now going to talk about residential amenity, particularly in regard to this western boundary. So what members can see there obviously is gable end elevations of 3 plots that are closest to residential properties on Farcroft. Plot 1 is a terraced property. The rear elevation of this dwelling has, in the first floor, it has a bathroom window closest to the corner and a bedroom window furthest away from these properties here. The bathroom window will be obscure glazed, and that is done through building regulations. We are proposing a condition to ensure that the bedroom window would be obscure glazed as well. There is an oblique angle, however, we do think it necessary to protect residential amenity along this boundary, and it is a concern for local residents who live in this area and these properties here. So that is the mitigation proposed here, and you will see boundary treatment and hedgerows on there that are covered by condition to ensure that a boundary treatment scheme and hedgerow planting can be boosted and submitted at discharge of conditions. Now, in plot 11, you will see obviously the gable end elevation. Now, this distance is 12 to 13 metres. So we are stating in the report that unfortunately this property will have outlook affected. However, we don't feel that residents are entitled to a view. We as officers, we do think that this is an adequate separation distance. It is notable that the property further to the north won't have any buildings in front of it, although in terms of outlook, obviously it will see this side elevation. Now, in moving further to the north, plot 12, you will obviously, the gable end elevation is set behind the drainage easement. This distance is considered to be acceptable. So we do think that the issue of residential amenity has been addressed, and I know it is a sensitive subject for anybody who has properties along that boundary. In terms of hedgerows, yes, there is a concern for removal of hedgerows and ecology, and you'll see from this plan that there is hedgerow retention on the southern boundary where possible, but in order to achieve the access into the site and also to achieve the residential properties being accessed, that is going to be significantly reduced, but there is a section which would probably equate to a third of the frontage to be retained as hedgerow. The northern hedgerow would be retained as it stands and could be supplemented by additional planting, but there's no reason why that one would not remain. The legal officer, Deborah, alluded to the comments regarding the developer's reputation and problems with existing housing, and I reiterate that they aren't material planning considerations. If okay, Chair, could we now bring in Chris Dowes from Highways and then Paul in terms of drainage? I think that'd be useful. Yeah. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah. Chris?
Right, yeah, thank you, through you, Chair. Well, I think we'll start with one of the common themes that's been mentioned by all ward members, I think, is the Pond Lane Wakefield Road junction, and I think it says it doesn't make no bones about it in the report that fails to meet recommended standards, and potential mitigation measures were considered. But I think in doing this, consideration has to be given to the impact from the development on the highway network in terms of capacity and congestion and on highway safety, and whether this would have a significant impact that could be cost effectively mitigated to an acceptable degree. And that mitigation works were proportionate and reasonable to the level of development proposed. I think that's the sort of crux of thinking about it. I think putting this into perspective, I mean, I think residents would disagree, but in real terms, this is a relatively small development, 30 dwellings. That is it's not considered to be a large development. And usually, it's generally accepted that development sort of less than 50 won't have a materially significant impact on the highway network. In fact, guidance suggests that you don't even need to prepare a transport statement if your development's less than 50. That's the sort of threshold for providing one. Now, in terms of traffic generation, based on a robust trip generation of 0.8 per dwelling, it's estimated that development will it'll generate 24 two-way movements in the morning and evening peak periods. Now, putting that into perspective, that equates, so on average through the peak hour, one additional vehicle every 2.5 minutes on, say, Pond Lane, if that's the route that they happen to take, certainly on Tinker Lane, and it's considered that level of additional traffic would not be unacceptable and wouldn't have an acceptable impact on highway safety or on the cumulative impact on the highway network. Now, sort of published advice in Manual for Streets states that, you know, junctions that have reduced visibility can be considered because in reality, when you look around the highway network, there are hundreds of junctions around the Kirklees area where junctions don't meet current standards because they've evolved over time, and the junctions are what they are, and if you assess them against current standards, they wouldn't meet current standards. But that's just the fact of the network. But anyway, so there's been a lot of research done into this, and they can be acceptable even if they don't meet recommended guidance, especially if the arms on the traffic flows on the minor arm, which I would say is Pond Lane, are low. I mean, what effectively happens is that it may means that people try to pull out of there will have to edge out into the carriageway to see properly. But provided the view of that on the main arm, which in this case would be Wakefield Road, the view of people edging out is good. When in this case it is because you can see vehicles edging out in either direction from a long way off. And obviously traffic on Wakefield Road, there's traffic cameras on there to make sure that people aren't speeding. So you'd expect traffic to be moving at around 30 miles an hour. They can see in advance if someone trying to get out of Pond Lane, which they would be edging out. And sort of research suggests that these junctions operate, unless there's already an accident problem, which there isn't at this junction. There hasn't been a recorded accident at that junction in the previous 5 years. Provided these junctions operate satisfactorily, there's no evidence to suggest that putting a reasonable level of traffic on them would alter that fact. And when we say reasonable, we're talking about potentially if it generates 24 vehicle movements in an hour, some of those vehicle movements, they won't all be exiting the site. Some of those vehicle movements will be actually entering the site. So, you know, there might be, 15, 20 vehicles trying to exit the site of that junction in an hour. That level of traffic isn't considered to be excessive. So I think the thing is, you know, while sight lines should be based on recommended stopping sight distances, based on research, unless there's a local evidence to the contrary, a reduction in visibility below the recommended levels, well, it's not necessarily going to lead to a significant problem, and that's the view that's been taken here. So there's been no recorded injury accidents, and subsequently, highway DC think that the junction is, whilst accepting that visibility doesn't meet current standards, won't materially add to highway safety impact. That's that junction. I suppose we could say a similar situations at the Tinker Lane Pond Lane junction, but to a lesser degree. Obviously, this is a far quieter. Both of those roads are far quieter than Wakefield Road, and vehicles will edge out of out of Tinker Lane onto Pond Lane to turn, as has been demonstrated by some of the objections. But again, there's been no accidents at these junctions, and people, you know, experience shows that drivers adapt to the conditions of the road they're driving on and drive appropriately. Hence, the country lanes around there haven't got any accidents. It's felt that the level of traffic that's going to be generated as a result of this development won't significantly add to that impact. So I think that's where I mean, in that particular case, obviously there's going to be footway improvements along Tinker Lane and the junction with Pond Lane and extend along Pond Lane to connect to the existing footway network. That in itself will help improve visibility because it'll be trimming back vegetation and the verge that's at that junction. So there will be some, as a result of it, there will be some improvement in visibility at that junction. But even if there isn't, you know, people will again, as they do now, they would edge out into the carriageway until they can see sufficiently, and then take the manoeuvre accordingly. I think that sort of addresses the issues that members raised.
Great, Chris. Thanks. Paul, next, please.
Can you hear me, Chair?
Yeah.
Good afternoon, Chair. Good afternoon, Committee. Paul Farndale, Kirklees Lead Local Flood Authority. Been several points raised, both by members of the public and councillors. Taking Councillor Pinnock's question on an easement and does it exist, and I think that followed the presentation from Councillor Armour. I understand that the Planning Authority has a written letter from the landowner to who owns the field to the north, which states that he's agreeable to let the sewer go across there. Nevertheless, if that wasn't the case, a connection from a new development to an existing public sewer, there is a process called sewer requisition. It's under the Water Industry Act 1991, where a developer can enter into a feasibility study and use Yorkshire Water's powers that Yorkshire Water actually lay the sewer across third-party land, and there's compensation involved for the landowner. So in that respect, there's always that possibility. If the planners want to put some sort of condition on as a belt and braces approach, I'll refer back to them to consider that. Councillor Scott and several of the members of the public expressed concern about water on the border, and I believe we've actually received pictorial evidence of that, and some of the residents said that they've actually had water underneath their properties. We've said this many times, and I don't want to be flippant, but if you have got a slope and you have heavy rainfall, the water will make its way down to the lowest point, obviously, and you know, we have many areas of Kirklees where houses back onto fields that suffer from waterlogging as a result. If you are going to develop by putting hard standing, whether that's your roofs, your pavements, your driveways, your roads, that water will be intercepted by the drainage network, whether that be your downpipes from your house or your road gullies. So that will then make its way underground via pipes to the attenuation tank, and in heavy rainfall, the attenuation tank will be used to store water while it discharges at a controlled rate, and that avoids the peak runoff that you'll get from the older estates that don't have attenuation systems on it, and it's the peak runoff that causes the flooding of sewer networks. So new developments do actually present an opportunity within the national guidelines. Obviously, there's a point of cut-off as to what you can defend nationally, but they will provide that interception and reduce the amount of water that would flow to the point in question. Just as a little aside, if you look at historical plans, there is a well shown, not in the site boundary, but actually under the houses of the people of Farcroft. Now, it's 120 years old as this map, so you know, it'll be guesswork to say whether that was capped off or what was done with it. But if people are experiencing problems under their properties, then there may be some sort of link, but that is not for this development to consider. That is outside this development. In terms of if there was problems at that corner, the houses have been positioned as such that there is a little bit of buffer zone, so the original house, so the proposed houses won't suffer that problem. And it's got to be looked at in the context of the national planning policy framework, which suggests, you know, you've got to look at risk, avoid it where possible, mitigate risk on site, and as for off site, look at opportunities where we can reduce the risk. But it does state that the bottom line is, as long as you don't make it worse for other people. So as far as I'm concerned, and this is just for members of the public who were saying about objections, there has been some objections for ourselves. That's invited the developer to come back and try and address those. Originally we had a surface water pump station. I think I've made my views clear on that in the past. We've then had tanks in back gardens. It's my view that would be a maintenance liability, and I will have to just say at this point that the planning authority has an obligation to ensure the maintenance and management of surface water systems for the lifetime of the development. So my advice there was, I don't think that would guarantee it. So what they've done is alter the width of the road slightly, and they've managed to get twin pipes under the road, adjusting the foul layout to accommodate that. So I think the developers played ball and come up with a solution that's acceptable to the lead local flood authority as the statutory consultee for surface water.
Right, thanks, Paul. Mohan.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, you might be surprised to know, in going back in 1970s and 80s, these 3 lanes, Pond Lane, Tinker Lane, Parcroft, there used to be a bus route. In fact, myself, I'd driven double-deck bus on these 3 roads through Lefton village. These roads are not so narrow as some of the objectors have describing these narrow road. I heard most of the objectors, they are not actually complaining about the quality of the houses on this side, as Councillor Donald Firth has said, but they have some concern about the parking issue, traffic and parking issue on this Tinker Lane and Pond Lane, including 2 ward councillors, Councillor Bell and John Taylor. They are actually not against this development. They are just, they want to see some improvement on the junction on the Pond Lane with the what they call Wakefield Road, yeah. But we have heard from Highway Officer Cresswell, there have been no accident, nothing at all there for the past 5 years, and this junction is like standard junction like other junction in the country. What I'm going to ask Highway Officer or member consider, is there any possibility to put a double yellow line on the Pond Lane, especially on Pond Lane, and make some improvement on junction with Pond Lane and Wakefield Road? Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Mo. Chris, did you hear that one?
Sorry, Chair. Yeah, I did hear that. I mean, we did consider some. We asked the applicant to consider some minor improvements at that junction. Obviously, because the proximity of properties to the junction, and the width of the carriageway and the width of the footway, you're quite limited what you could do. I think yes, there could be a TRO to protect the junction from parking. I don't think that I'd want to go too far up Pond Lane because there's some garages not too far up and probably a bit of on-street parking associated with properties. So, but you could probably protect the immediate junction from parking, which would help to some extent. Maybe mainly, people queuing to turn in or out. That might help. Another thing that was considered but was felt unnecessary, but obviously, if members are going down that view, maybe we could relook at it. Was I don't think a physical build out would be an option simply because you reduce the carriageway width too much. Possibly a lining and signing type of improvement might be an option. So it was sort of suggested and looked at, but the evidence was there to back it up that it wasn't actually required. So it wasn't pursued as an option. But it's, depending on what members want to do, it's something that could be looked at. Yes.
Thanks, Chris. Cathy Scott.
Chair, the highways officers actually just said some of the ideas I was writing down there, obviously about the signage. But I think if we could condition it with a TRO on it, with the double yellow lines, I'm happy to support the officers' recommendations. With the drainage, now they've explained it, and all the other things that I've written down for the drainage easement, they did say that they've spoken to they've had a letter, had sight of a letter, so that's in agreement. So yeah, I'm happy to move this application.
Thanks, Cathy. Councillor Bellamy.
Thank you, Chair. I don't think I got an answer on overhead power lines. I don't think anybody came back to me on that. So we're just wondering if possibly get an answer on that. And as also, I think Councillor Sokols just said that he believed that ward councillors were in support. I'm certain Councillor Armour said he absolutely opposed it when he spoke.
Yeah, and Richard Smith also. And it's Richard Smith, not John Taylor. Those cables, if I'm correct, run down front of the site. You can see them on a photograph.
Right. Okay. I just wondered because can't find that information. All right. Thank you.
Councillor Pattison.
Thanks, Chair. I was just going to say that I think the concerns of local residents have been addressed by the officers. I think obviously a lot of thought has gone into the problems that they are raising and how they could be mitigated. And therefore I will second Cathy's proposal that we should accept the officer recommendation. So I'll second the application.
Right, thanks, Carol. Councillor Pinnock.
Thanks, Chair. I am very conscious of the fact that this is an allocated site, but that does not mean to say that we should accept any application that's put forward just because of that. It's got to be right, and I'm not totally convinced that this is right. What I would be interested to know is what issues were raised at the planning inquiry, because I've been looking at the book, the local plan, and the stuff relating to this site, and it's quite interesting, really, because it's got nothing much about traffic issues, and I am very conscious of the fact that practically all of the local people talked about traffic issues. And yes, I know the highways officer has given an explanation as to why the substandard situation may be acceptable, but I'm not sure that the local people will be too happy about that. I know we're talking about balance of risk, but it's all about perception in these sorts of cases, and I do think we need to take account of that. But I don't know if this is answerable, but I would be interested to know if any particular issues were raised at the planning inquiry.
Councillor Firth.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, I've sort of listened to all that's been going on, and quite honestly, the highways bloke didn't give me any thought of, and if I'd been wanting to go for it, he didn't help me at all, because I don't think the highways guy knew. He was stuttering. He didn't know too much about the job at all. All I can say is it is going to generate a lot more traffic. That traffic will invariably go up Ruley Lane and come to the main road. I go that way quite often. I have a pal of mine lives across the road, and it's dangerous, that road, at any time of the day, any day. Something needs doing at that road end before you start putting any houses up or building anything at all or generating any more traffic. And as I've said earlier on, we're absolutely ruining these small areas, because it is a village, Lepton. It isn't a town, it's a village. We're ruining places like this. We've ruined half of Home Firth now, which is disgusting. And I cannot agree and put my name down onto things like this. For the start off, you know, we've just had the guy on about the flooding. I don't know what the flooding situation is up there, so I'm not going to go down that road. But we've had problems with flooding. And the water, trouble with water, you know, it has a tendency to run downhill. I haven't seen it running uphill yet, but one never knows. As I say, we've got to get a grip, and we as councillors have got to take on board. Don't believe all you're told. You've got to be able to think for yourself as well, which a lot of people don't. And when you've put your hand up, it's too late. That's another green field under concrete. It's as simple as that. I rest my case. Thank you.
David Wordsworth.
Thank you, Chair. Coming back on a few of those points, so the power lines are the applicant's responsibility, and the power lines would be buried beneath the site. And if Victor can show that plan again, you'll see that they would go under the road for under the access road, and then they would start again outside of the site, going north to Wakefield Road. In terms of the planning inquiry, Councillor, I'm sorry, I haven't got the details of what was discussed in any detail, but in terms of the local plan allocation, several things were mentioned, which was that Tinker Lane should be brought up to adoptable standards, that the provision of a pedestrian footway would be required, and culverted watercourse to the northwest boundary of the site. Well, I know Paul's addressed that in his speech. And part or all of the site is within a high-risk coal referral area. It's also referred to the power lines. In terms of the size of the units being 3-storey, they aren't actually 3-storey. They are 3-storey, but the 3rd story is in the roof. So I think it's important to, for members to understand that we aren't talking about 3-storey and then the roof. We're talking about one of the stories being within the roof. Now, the ridge of the roof, it would mean that would be probably a metre and a half higher than, say, your standard 2-storey house, but it isn't 3 stories and then the roof. So I just needed to define that. So that's all, Chair. I'll leave it there for now. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, David. Colleagues, we've got it moved and seconded. That's what we've got at the table at this point in time. Anybody anything else to say before we try and make some progress somewhere? Deborah, are you okay if we move to a vote?
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Chair, thank you. Yes, I think we've got a mover and a seconder, and we'll move to a vote and see what happens after that. If the members are unhappy with advice from professional informed officers, namely the highways and drainage officer, we can come back to that afterwards. But I think we should move to the vote. I think we should move forward.
Progress, yeah, I do. It has been moved by Councillor Scott, seconded by Councillor Pattison. Andrea, if you can.
Okay, so this is to approve with the amended heads of terms as the officer referred to in his presentation. Councillor Bellamy.
Against.
Councillor Firth.
Against.
Councillor Hall.
Abstain.
Councillor Pattison.
Sorry, 4.
Councillor Pinnock.
Abstain.
Councillor Scott.
4.
Councillor Sokol.
4.
Okay, that's 3, 4, 2 against, 2 abstain, Chair. Carried.
There we have it.
I think we should announce that that's been approved then.
Yeah. Never known one like that before. Right, I think at this point in time, I need refreshing with some whatever refreshes you. So we take 10-minute break on our clock here. It's 15:50. If we resume at just before 4 o'clock, ready to go at 4 o'clock.
Thank you.
Okay, we're live.
Right, members. Eyes down, look in. Here we go again. No, we're not. Page 71. This is 30 dwellings at Station Road, Skelmanthorpe, and it's Victor.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, if I may present information relevant to both items 10 and 11.
Yeah.
If that's all right with you, Chair.
Yeah.
Obviously, two votes will have to be cast for the two different applications, but the two sites are adjacent to each other within the same site allocation. Separate applications have been, thanks, Chair. Separate applications have been submitted by different applicants. However, the same planning considerations are relevant to both applications, and the two schemes are related in many ways. Both applications were considered by the Heavy Woolen Subcommittee in January of this year. For the larger scheme, which is now item 10, a decision was deferred to enable concerns regarding access, drainage and parking provision to be addressed. For the smaller scheme, a position statement was considered at that previous meeting. So today, committee is considering item 10, the 30-unit residential scheme in the larger part of the allocated site, and item 11, the 14-unit residential scheme in the smaller southern part of the allocated site. 48 representations were received in relation to the larger scheme, and 105 were received in relation to the smaller scheme. And if I may, Chair, just this is the last of these today. Another correction to the officer's recommendation. So for item 10, the larger scheme, the education contribution needs to be corrected to refer to pupil projections for the year 2022-23. So it's calculated in the same way for both of these two sites. So for the larger scheme, the committee report refers to an education contribution of £41,960. That should now be £77,261. So the largest site I'll just mention first is 0.81 hectares in size. Both sites are within site allocation HS134, so residential development here is considered acceptable in principle. The site allocation sets out an indicative housing capacity of 44 dwellings. The sites slope downhill towards the north and northeast. The land then continues to slope downhill towards the nearest watercourse, which is Baildon Dyke. Given their topography, obviously these sites will drain naturally towards the north and northeast. A public right-of-way runs along the larger site's northeast boundary. That's shown in purple on the second image on this slide. This continues southeastwards under the railway line to the Greenside Mill site and then Marsden Street. There is a TPO at the southeast end of the site shown in green there. This protects 3 mature oak trees. In terms of flood risk, this plan shows areas of flood risk to the north at Park Gate, where the road crosses Baildon Dyke. Here, the Environment Agency monitors water levels and a flood warning system is in operation. And this image was circulated earlier this year by one of the local residents showing the 2007 flooding at Park Gate. This aerial view shows that the two sites are previously undeveloped greenfield sites. They are essentially 2 fields separated by a dry stone wall. The sites are partly grassed and partly overgrown with shrubs. Residential properties exist to the north and west. The Kirklees light railway runs to the south of the smaller site, and greenbelt land in agricultural use exists to the east. So the top 2 images here were views taken in August 2018 prior to shrubs being removed from the site. And then the other 3 images were taken in June 2019, which is pretty much the appearance of the site now, taken after shrubs and a dry stone wall was removed. Temporary Harris fencing was also erected. These are views from the public footpath looking the first image is looking west across the site. The red brick dwellings to the left are on Bogart's Lane. And then the second image is the view down the public footpath looking north. In relation to master planning, in recent months, the applicants for both sites have done further work and submitted further information in relation to the Council's master planning policy LP5 and to address concerns of members expressed at Heavy Woolen Subcommittee in January that the two schemes hadn't been designed together, didn't have an internal vehicular connection and weren't proposed to be served by a single vehicular access. So this slide shows testing of alternative layouts carried out by the applicant teams, both teams using the same architect, including P and Y shaped layouts with single points of access on Station Road. In the applicant's accompanying commentary and paragraph 10.20 of the committee report for the largest site, it was noted that these layouts would result in fewer units. Additionally, the P-shaped layout would necessitate large retaining walls, including along the site's northeastern edge, adjacent to the greenbelt and visible in long views to achieve acceptable road gradients. Members, you probably can't read the figures, but the yellow highlights show where those retaining walls would be built, and they would have to vary in size, in height from 1.5 meters to 3.5 meters. In light of these findings, and given that both sites can be safely accessed with separate vehicular access points, it is considered that the applicant team have demonstrated that alternative layouts would be less desirable, and it is recommended that the layouts currently before the council be approved. So in terms of how the larger scheme has evolved, for the larger site, the proposals have not significantly changed during the life of the current application. 30 units are still proposed. Most recently, as per the committee update, units 23 and 24 have been nudged to accommodate protected trees to the east, and just this morning we've received confirmation from the council's arboricultural officers that can be accepted, that amendment, to address the concerns regarding those protected trees. Pedestrian connections are proposed to the smaller site and to the public footpath. These changes did not necessitate public reconsultation. A good mix of unit sizes is proposed. All units would comply with the government's nationally described residential space standards, which is welcomed. The council's 20% affordable housing requirement will be met on the larger site by 6 one-bedroom starter homes at the west end of the site. While this provision doesn't match the council's preferences in terms of tenure mix and distribution, in light of the scheme's benefits, it is recommended that this provision be accepted. And then for the larger scheme, natural stone elevations and natural slate roofs are proposed in buildings that would reflect local Pennine vernacular. The proposed developments are considered acceptable in terms of traffic generation, including in terms of cumulative impacts with other developments, and in terms of highway safety. For the larger site, on-site parking provision is considered adequate. As noted in the committee update, 8 visitor parking spaces are now proposed, which, together with the proposed over provision of parking spaces for some of the larger units, is considered adequate to minimise the potential for overspill parking on Station Road. And this was a concern expressed by some members at January's meeting. Neighbour amenity impacts are also considered acceptable. Drainage and flood risk was one of the other reasons for the Heavy Woolen Subcommittee's decision to defer determination in January. Members had concerns that a drainage solution was yet to be arrived at, and members did not agree that the matter could be delegated to officers to resolve. Both applicants have now firm drainage proposals that are considered acceptable to the lead local flood authority and Yorkshire Water, subject to agreement of specification of storage for the smaller site. These proposals involve the disposal of surface water and at an attenuated rate to the existing combined sewer beneath Station Road. This avoids adding to the volume of water in the watercourse to the north, Baildon Dyke, and avoids adding to existing risks of flooding at properties to the north. Understandably, many of the strong objections raised in relation to both applications refer to these existing flood risks, and Councillor Simpson and Councillor Turner, Denbydale Parish Council, the Upper Dearne Valley Environmental Trust and Mark Eastwood MP previously raised these concerns. There are concerns regarding the existing Yorkshire Water sewer to which the proposed developments would connect. Manholes overflow during or following heavy rain at 18 Parkgate and in Blacker Wood. However, Yorkshire Water have not declared an existing capacity problem to Ofwat in relation to this sewer and have not referred to an existing capacity problem in their responses relating to these applications. It is possible that the problems reported by residents may be a result of blockages caused by damage caused by tree roots or a collapsed or deformed pipe. None of these would result in a declaration to Ofwat, as they are operational issues that Yorkshire Water will be expected to rectify as part of their normal maintenance of their infrastructure. Objections to the proposed developments are summarised in the committee reports. For the larger scheme, approval of planning permission is recommended, subject to conditions in the Section 106 agreement, securing measures and obligations, including the increased education contribution noted earlier. And then just briefly, if I may, Chair, just mention a few things about the smaller scheme specifically. The smaller site is 0.4 hectares in size. These location plans illustrate how the two sites are located adjacent to each other. The smaller site obviously is uphill from the larger site. This scheme has changed more significantly during the life of the current application. The applicant initially proposed 10 detached dwellings, and this was quite a low density scheme with little variety in house types and sizes, and no affordable housing was proposed. During the life of that application, however, the applicant employed the larger site's architect and revised the scheme. So on the right, we see the current 14-unit layout now proposed. That comprises 3 terraced, 6 semi-detached and 5 detached dwellings. The design, range of unit sizes and density of the smaller scheme has improved, and the scheme is now more reflective of the proposals for the larger site, which is an improvement. Of the 14 dwellings now proposed, 3 are proposed as affordable housing. Planning obligations would need to be secured, including in relation to matters that would not normally be triggered by a 14-unit scheme, but that would be required of such a scheme within a wider site allocation. So, for example, a 14-unit scheme, members will know that that wouldn't normally trigger an education contribution. But of course, we're applying the master planning policy, looking at the entire site allocation and then apportioning contributions accordingly. So both applications, it is recommended, need to provide an education contribution. Highways matters are considered acceptable. As with the larger scheme, adequate off-street parking is now proposed, including 4 spaces for visitors. Just in terms of elevations, top and in the top left on this slide, the SL03 house type shows semi-detached dwellings with 2-storey and 3-storey elevations. Members will note that the 3-storey elevations are intended to accommodate the site's topography, but it's also important to note that type F units in the larger scheme would also have 3-storey elevations on one side. That's shown on in the top right-hand image. The applicant has also referred to 3-storey elevations elsewhere in Skelmanthorpe, including nearby on Baildon Way. In the bottom left corner, there's also an image of the N407 house type elevations that are proposed within the smaller site. Those are 2-storey detached 4-bedroom houses. Approval of planning permission is also recommended for the smaller scheme, subject to conditions and a Section 106 agreement. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Victor.
We've got 2 written representations on this application, but the comments relate to both this and the next application. So Richard will read these out. The first one is from Susan Stambridge.
Thank you, Andrea. My name is Susan Stambridge, and I've been a resident at Parkgate, Skelmanthorpe for the last 13 years. My family and I are impacted by flooding, surface water drainage and highway issues, and do not want to see this made worse by these ill thought out developments. We are not alone, as there have been over 150 objections to these 2 applications. I've already sent all councillors involved in today's meeting a document highlighting the issues. This included photographs and map of the flooding that took place in Parkgate in February 2020. The local concerns about flooding, drainage issues and sewer capacity at Parkgate cannot be emphasised enough. It is very clear from the developer reports and consultation responses, together with the report from Kirklees Planning, that Station Road will be the flood route for both sites. This will occur in times of excessive rainfall or breakdown of the drainage management system. In these situations, water will be directed down Station Road. It will either enter the highway drain, which empties into Belden Dyke, upstream off the bridge, or run directly down the road towards Parkgate and the bridge. Given the evidence I've already given to councillors and Kirklees planning regarding the flooding that takes place at Parkgate in times of heavy rain, and the fact that we were on flood alert 5 times in the 6 months over autumn and winter, the plan to use Station Road as a flood overflow route means that these applications fail to meet local plan policies LP27 and LP28 and are in clear breach of the Kirklees flood risk technical paper, which states a site must be safe for its lifetime without increasing the flood risk elsewhere. These plans will clearly increase the risk of flooding elsewhere, so must be refused. Under normal circumstances, the surface runoff from both sides is planned to be stored in attenuation tanks and fed into the combined sewer under Station Road. The drainage system for the 14 houses is due to use a 75 millimetre outlet, increased slightly from the original design of 68 millimetre, due to the LLFA stating that they can get blocked. I have concerns that the outlet is the minimum acceptable, so blockage is more likely. The LLFA stated that a 100 millimetre outlet is ideal. This smaller 75 millimetre outlet could therefore lead to the flood route of Station Road being used more often. Given the ongoing issue of blocked highway drains along Station Road, this seems highly likely. I'm also concerned that the drainage system will be managed by a private company and what that actually means for regular maintenance and who will pay the costs of this over the lifetime of the development. There are also ongoing sewer capacity issues with the combined sewer in the Parkgate area, which Faye Woodcock will highlight in her report. Against all these issues and to uphold the Kirklees planning policies, both these plans must be refused.
And the next statement is from Faye Woodcock.
My name is Faye Woodcock and I've been a resident of Parkgate for 8 years. My family and I have been greatly impacted by flooding at Parkgate over recent years, the last time being in February of this year. The photos and information sent to councillors before this meeting clearly show the real issues faced by residents. I want to highlight the issues of using the combined sewer to dispose of all surface runoff water from both sites, together with foul water, which is stated in the plans. In times of heavy rain, the sewer cannot cope with the volume of water, and this results in overflow along the sewer system, causing contamination of the water course in Belden Dyke. This was reported to Yorkshire Water firstly in January 2020 regarding the immediate Parkgate area, and again in mid-July regarding sewage overflow in Blacker Woods just to the east of Parkgate. The team from Yorkshire Water came out on the 28th of July and will be investigating this further in the not too distant future due to the seriousness of the problem. This needs to be discussed by Kirklees planning team and Yorkshire Water before any decisions are made, as it cannot simply be done on guesswork alone. It is clear a capacity issue will not be helped by the additional volumes of water planned to be added to the system from these applications. I'm also objecting to the plans as they do not meet the car parking requirements under LP22. They are short by 6 spaces, and with 7 one-bed homes also having 1 space each, this will result in cars parking on Station Road. The road is already congested by parked cars on the road and pavements. These plans will therefore make the highways more dangerous. The additional vehicle journeys will also negatively impact the narrow roadway at Parkgate Bridge, where there is no footpath. Near misses happen constantly at this point. You are all well aware of the flooding that occurs in Parkgate at times of heavy rain, and the flood report submitted by the applicants is quite frankly a work of fiction, as when have you ever seen water flow uphill? Water naturally flows to the lowest point, which is down Station Road to Parkgate. So of course the actual planned site will not flood it's halfway up the hill, and it will discharge all water downwards. When myself and Susan Stanbridge met with the applicants, we asked them what happens if the attenuation tanks fail, and we were told it would lead to 70 litres per second flowing down Station Road into Belden Dyke. This cannot be allowed to happen.
Okay, so Councillor Turner can come in now. Councillor Turner speaking on behalf of both himself and Councillor Simpson.
Right. Afternoon, Graham.
Afternoon, Steve, Chair, Committee.
Yeah.
Thank you very much for allowing me the opportunity to speak this afternoon. As Andrew has rightly pointed out, I'm speaking on behalf of myself and Councillor Simpson, who's busy working at the moment. We've heard some very valid reasons why this application should be refused from the residents, and you've all received numerous emails and pictures, I know, because I've received the same ones. So I'll just add one or two further points to these, rather than reiterate what's already been said. One thing I will say at the start is it was good to see that some of the advice we gave at Heavy Woolen when I was there has been taken on board, and that the same architect has been used for both sites. That will allow a continuity of design and standards. So that I have to applaud the developers for taking that step after we asked them to do that. I am still disappointed though that they couldn't find a solution to the two accesses. I think one access would have been preferable, and this is, whilst I suspect it's financially unviable, it would have still been nice to find a solution for that. That road's has got quite a lot of roads coming off it onto Station Road. There was a reference to car parking spaces on the access down Station Road. For those of you who know, just above the roundabout, most of the houses on there don't have access to garages, so they all park on the road, so it's literally one track. What we need to do is ensure that below the roundabout where this development is, sorry, excuse me, it doesn't also become one track, because it would be a very long length of road where you wouldn't be able to get down and access on an evening when everybody's parked up home from work. So to mitigate that and the fact that we have to have two entrances, I would ask the officers look at giving serious consideration to double yellow lines between the two accesses, and to make sure there's double yellow lines round the corners of those, so that the visibility lines are maintained, and that off-street parking is cut down, so that we do have some traffic flow up and down there, because it is tight. So I would ask officers to have a look at that and see if we can put a TRO into that. It seems perfectly reasonable to enable that to be done. I'm not happy with the 3-storey houses. Officers rightly pointed out there are some on Belden Way, but they are set back from the road. These will be quite visible from the road, and on the whole of Station Road there are no other 3-storey houses as such. They're all traditional Yorkshire stone built houses, so I am concerned about 3-storey houses. So I'm just sorry, just my notes are on another screen aside of me here. One thing I think we should also talk to developers about is, given the fact that we're all sat here using technology, and we're all sat all in different parts of Kirklees, whether the developers are considered putting in ducting, so that should we ever in the more rural parts of Kirklees ever get a fibre network, the ducting is ready there to put fibre in. This would seem like an ideal opportunity. As I said, we've all realised now that access to technology, access to high-speed broadband is vitally important to allow people to work, considering as most people now are working from home. So I think that's something that we're worth planners having and officers having a word with the developers. This is the ideal time to do it when you're developing a new site. It wouldn't be a great financial burden, but it would make them ready should, as I say, we'll be looking up at some point in the future to get fibre in the ward. Looking at the conditions, I noticed there's significant money set aside from both sites for environmental improvements. If you make a decision in favour of this, what I would like you to do is consider bringing those payments forward as far as you can within the project. I would hate for the project to get halfway or 3/4 way or even finished before any of that money was released, because we have some interesting projects that I'm developing within that area that money could go a long way to funding, and these are very, very important environmental projects that's likely to start very soon. So as I say, if you could condition that some of those monies comes forward towards the front of the programme, it will be much appreciated. Chair, thank you very much for allowing me to speak, and thank you very much, committee, for listening to me this afternoon. As I say, I am speaking on behalf of Councillor Simpson, who is working at the moment. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Graham.
Okay, we'll just mute while we dial in the applicant, who is Stuart Brown.
Hello, Andrea.
Hello.
Hi, yeah, not
So
bad.
I'm going to pass you over to the chair now, and then you'll be live to committee.
Okay, thank you.
Afternoon, you've got 3 minutes starting from now.
Okay, can you hear me, Chair?
Yeah, fine.
Okay. Thank you, Chair and members of the Planning Committee. My name is Stuart Brown of Yorkshire Country Properties. I'm speaking today in support of the recommendation to approve our planning application on the larger site for 30 houses. Yorkshire Country Properties have been building houses in the Huddersfield area for over 30 years. We are a local business employing local tradesmen from within the area. High quality design and use of natural materials are the backbone to our business, and we only use natural stone and natural stone roof slates, all sourced from within the local area. We have significantly higher build costs than most house builders, but we're proud of our designs and feel the additional cost is worth it. We are also proud of our partnership with Homes England, who are supporting our business and keen to support the provision of starter homes on our sites. Starter homes are an excellent form of delivering affordable homes on site. We're providing them elsewhere in Kirklees, and they are proven extremely popular with local people who cannot afford to purchase a home in the local area. In terms of our community engagement policy, we believe strongly in holding positive dialogue with local residents surrounding our projects. I have met personally with some of the local residents named that you heard from today, namely Susan Stambridge and Faye Woodcock, and also Mr. Rhodes down at the bottom, in order to address their concerns. That's why I met them. The main issue appears to be drainage and possible water discharge into Baildon Dyke at Park Gate. On this basis, we've worked very hard with Kirklees Drainage Team and Yorkshire Water to agree a solution which takes on board the neighbours' concerns, and this solution now avoids any surface water actually entering the dyke. Surface water will now discharge into the combined drainage system, the combined sewer running down Station Road, which then heads off eastwards, thus avoiding the dyke altogether. Maintenance of the system will ultimately be vested with Yorkshire Water. In terms of master planning, as a local development, we're fully on board with the principle of a master planning policy, LP5. We've made every effort to work positively with the adjacent house builder, Newitt Homes, who are proposing 14 houses on the land directly to the south. We jointly commissioned, as you've heard, Park Appeal Architects to work on our behalves. The main challenge is the gradient, but the designs before you today complement each other and are pedestrian linked. A further footpath is also linked through to the public right-of-way to the north. We've worked extremely hard on the design and genuinely consider our proposal to be the best that can be achieved in terms of layout, house designs, and the challenging topography. We always offer high-speed broadband. Just for picking up from Councillor Turner's point, it's an integral part of the sales, so we will be providing high-speed broadband on our houses. Thank you everyone for listening. I'm happy to answer any questions, and so is our engineer Martin Huddleston, who is available on the telephone if necessary. Thank you.
Right, thank you for that. Right. We'll try and keep things simple, so we'll concentrate first on the bigger application, which is the one for 30 dwellings. Members? Anybody want to start?
Shall I start? All right.
No, because Andrew's beating you. Councillor Pinnock and then Mohan.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I remember this one well at Heavy Woolen Planning, and what strikes me about what we've got in front of us today is how much it seems to have improved. I really compliment the developer of this site and the other one on the amount of work they've done, and the only fly in the ointment, it seems to me, is that we've still got two accesses rather than one, I'm not quite sure I understand the reasoning that Mr. Grayson gave us as to why their modelling couldn't accommodate a single access. I do have a kind of feeling that it is something to do with the gradient, and that if you have two accesses, you don't end up with very steep slopes. So maybe I will be quietened on that one. Even though having a large number of accesses onto one road is probably not a good idea, generally speaking, but clearly one of the pressing issues here is drainage, and I am very pleased to hear that at least the surface water drainage will be diverted into a combined sewer and then taken downstream of Parkgate. That's the important bit, rather than into Parkgate, and that does seem to me to sort out the issue. The only fly in the ointment there is one that was raised by one of the objectors, and that is water actually flowing down the road and getting to the bottom, sort of going over the top of the gullies, if there's a lot of it. I don't know what can be done about that other than increasing the size of the gullies, or putting more gullies in, so that the water will go underground rather than down the surface, right down to the bottom. I don't know whether that's practical, but you do see quite a lot of roads with curbstones with holes in, where the water can get off the road and underground. That might solve that problem, although maybe Mr. Farndale will tell me that it doesn't. But I would be interested to hear what he has to say. I'll leave it at that for the moment, Chair. Thanks.
Great, thanks, Andrew. Mohan and then Kathy.
Right, thank you, Chair. I was going to raise this access issue, but Andrew has raised it. I'm sure the highway officer will come back there. What I'm thinking, I'm a bit convinced with the presentation by the applicant's agent, or missed that. Yeah, it's nice to hear from him. He's a local developer here, local builder. They build so many houses in Huddersfield, and high quality material they use. Yeah, and I'm convinced he went out to see the resident and the state. Yeah, so what I'm going to say, I think what Councillor Turner has said, yeah, there are some problem on the parking on there. Yeah, because if we go ahead with this development, it will create more problem on the parking. So what Turner has said, it would be better if we accept some TRO, double yellow line, to force people not to park on the main road, park in their driveway. I know there are some people, they got some big driveway, but still they don't park on their driveway. Then they're easy to park on the main road. So we need to take into account. Yeah, we got experience. Although it's a 3-story, some houses, yeah, but if we see there, it's a good mixture of these houses, which is, I'm sure, it meet the demand or needs from the local community, yeah? And it's got a very good Section 106 contribution, education and affordable houses and others. So I think ask the officer, put a condition about this double yellow line on the access road. I think it will should be okay. Thank you.
Thanks, Milan. Kathy?
Thank you, Chair. I'd just like to commend the developer. Where I was on the first application when it comes to the heavy woolen, and they have gone away. They've listened, and they've actually tried to work with everybody. I think it's fantastic.
You're muted.
Has it? Right, okay. So did you get, I commended the developer? Yes.
Yes.
Right, okay.
Yeah.
So I think the main issue that we had here was the access, two accesses, and it was the sewer would seem to be the major blockage that we're having, that it was going into Parkgate. It's nice that it's now going to be a combined sewer, not going in. And regarding double yellow lines, perhaps it's something that we could look at conditioning or maybe signage. I'm not too sure, but on balance, I'm in favour of moving this application, so I'm supporting the officer's recommendations.
Right, thanks, Kathy. Chris, can you come in on highways issue, please?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Yeah, I just thought I'd better just try to clear up this TRO issue. I mean, a couple of our members have mentioned that as an issue. I mean, we haven't identified that as a need. As a need that there should be sufficient. It's assessed that there should be sufficient parking within the site. That it shouldn't lead to on-the-street parking. I'm just concerned that as a highway authority, we don't like to promote TROs unnecessarily. So especially unless there's an identified need, and at this stage we don't think there is an identified need. So I'm reluctant that we include a TRO, just because we don't know a problem exists, and if our assessments are correct, there shouldn't be an overspill of parking onto Station Road. So I'm reluctant to promote a TRO just for the sake of promoting one where we don't know there's a need. And I know traffic as an authority, we wouldn't want to promote TROs just for the sake of it, unless there's an identified need and there's been complaints about parking or something. It depends what sort of a TRO it is. So I'm reluctant to add that to the request, if I'm honest. So I think we might struggle to promote it.
What about the 1 or 2 accesses?
Sorry, Chair, can I come in when Councillor Pinnock's finished?
Yeah,
I have finished.
Right.
Do you want me to speak? Oh, no. Okay.
Thank you, Deborah Wilkes, Legal Officer. I just want to confirm that I agree with the approach of the Highway Officer. There's no identified need, there's sufficient parking, and we can't really apply a speculative TRO request if in the fullness of time there becomes a problem, and we as a highway authority will investigate and perhaps promote one, but at the moment we've no identified need for that.
Just as an aside, Deborah, to that, can we have it in? Yeah, got you, Donald.
Right.
Can we just make sure that it is put down in minutes, though, that is a concern? Because we've seen it before where estates have been built and issues have been brought up, and then 3 years, 5 years, 6 years down the line, it comes to fruition that there is problems, and then it takes another 4 or 5 years then to get double yellow lines or something done. So can we just have that note in somewhere? Donald?
Yeah, hang on. Yes, thank you, Chair. Well, I've looked at this plan. I know exactly where it all is, and I've just jotted a few things down. One was heavy rain and flooding with a question mark. Cars, too many cars down that Station Road, and it's very narrowish Station Road. There's no space particularly for parking. And the bottom line is, of course, you built 30 houses, you're going to get at least 60 cars, and that's going to put a lot more cars on the road. I would agree with what Graham said earlier on. He would like to see double yellow lines. And I've got to be honest with him, he's quite right in what he says, because at the end of the day, people don't park the cars anywhere today, they dump them. They don't actually park a car now, they dump them and hope for the best. They leave them littered about all over the road. I don't know why they pay such a lot of money for them, because they deserve to get them bumped where they leave them, especially around here. So you've got to take into consideration, you've got 30 properties going to be built there, and somebody's echoed the situation that it's good that the sewage is sharing with surface water. Can I just say, I can't agree with that, because we have a problem in Brockholes where the sewer shares with surface water, and when we get heavy rains, the lids come off those sewers and it's all over the road. And that's been happening now for 30 years, not just to late, but for 30 years. So they need to be kept apart to do the job properly. If you're going to do the job, then do it properly. But looking at all this, I haven't sat on heavy woolen planning for a long time, but I've got to say, I don't know how much they've done since you had your meeting, but it still doesn't alter the fact it's bringing in a lot of motor cars. The problem is going to be the sewer, sharing it with surface water. And we all know when it rains, surface water fills these sewers up. And when they get overfull, off comes the lid. So, you know, I'm a bit of a job's covered, but you've got to look into these things. Don't just put your hand up because somebody says it's a good idea. And the bottom line is, if there's going to be a lot of cars around there, these houses do get built, then you're going to have to pay for TROs. It's as simple as that. Thank you.
So, have you got out on these drainage issues?
Yes, Chair.
Thought he would.
Can I just through you, Chair, just address Councillor Pinnock's question with regards to the existing drainage down Station Lane? He mentioned drainage where you've got holes in the side of curbs. They're known as beanie blocks. They tend to be in areas where it's very flat and water isn't naturally running anywhere. It's standing still. So rather than have hundreds of gullies, that's why you have holes in the side. They are notoriously difficult to maintain. And our highways department would like to keep them to a minimum. For a start, if you're trying to jet a blockage in a sewer, you've got an enclosed pipe, you'll find in beanie blocks, it comes out of every hole that you can see. It's very difficult to do. In terms of improving the drainage at the bottom, it's probably outside the remit of this application, really. The way you could do, if you do get an event where it's jumping gullies, is to try and have catch-all at the bottom. The problem you've got at Park Gate is the way the watercourse approaches the bridge and goes underneath the bridge. At such an angle, the water will lose its energy, which causes a build-up to go backwards. There are other influences on that. The flood risk mapping is actually an understatement. We've met with Mrs. Woodcock and another resident. That's been reported to the Environment Agency to look at mapping. It isn't in Main River, it is the Environment Agency or the police force for that. Going back to the actual on-site drainage and talking about connecting to a combined sewer, there is a process to go through. And there's a hierarchy of disposal that you've got to look at. Because it's written nationally, and in places like Kent, soakaways, well, the water will just disappear into the ground. Whereas in Kirklees, you've got steep hills, you've got a lot of clay. Soakaways probably only work in less than 10% of the district. This is quite a steep hill. We would rule that out as a matter of course in this area. The next thing you've got to look at is draining to the watercourse. There are things like to take into account, like what's reasonable and practical to run hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of meters down for say 30 houses for a direct connection to a watercourse would be, I think, would be unreasonable to demand. You're also crossing third-party land and have got no right to do that without permission. You can't have a requisition to a watercourse. There is a highway drain there, but highway drains are private drains. There's a possibility you could connect to that. That enters the watercourse upstream of the bridge where we're having problems. It won't add a tremendous amount to it, but it will add some. So I think the residents are quite rightly don't want it to make the situation any worse. Just to put it into context, though, when you're talking about restricting the discharge, if the two sites above there are 6 terraced houses. Now, they were built a long time ago before we had things like attenuation. To put it into context, those 6 terraced houses will in a storm event, will discharge twice the rate of water than the 40-odd houses combined on this development. That is what you're talking about. The main problem about flooding in Kirklees is because we've been doing the wrong thing for 150 years. Simple as that. And new developments, you know, we certainly when it's brownfield, we reduce the amount of discharge and make an improvement to try and claw some of that back. And on greenfield, we try the best to mimic what we can do. Having looked at soakaways and the drainage to the watercourse, if we've ruled those out, it is right and proper that the combined system is then considered. Now, it is a public sewer, and the legal definition, whether you think it's right or wrong, the legal definition of a public sewer is to take domestic foul water and the surface water of the buildings associated with that foul water. That is the legal definition of a public sewer. And because it's combined, and you've only got a combined in this area, you haven't really got the option. What they will do is separate it on site. You'll notice all new developments have separate systems. The reason being that if at any time in the future somebody was to invest in putting a new drain down the road for surface water, you could simply cut off the connection to the combined and run it in instead of cutting off connections from 44 houses and running it. It is trying to future-proof it. So it can be considered, as Victor said in his assessment, when you are at Yorkshire Water haven't done an objection to that, I'm not going to overrule them if they think that they've got capacity in their system. Having said that, you know, we are well aware with the photographic evidence provided by residents that there has been an overspill beyond the dike. It is Yorkshire Water's responsibility to have a look at that and assess whether that is an operational problem. You know, people put nappies down, people pour fat down, tree roots can get into it, also collapses of pipes that are old, and they would expect to be put that right. If they decide that it is to do with capacity, they are legally duty bound to declare that to Ofwat. And I think this will go for the residents and the ward councillors is to keep on track with this as to what their response is, because either which way, if it is a capacity problem, then they need to declare it, and by declaring that, they have a legal duty to effectually drain their area. So the outcome of that would be that we'd want to see some kind of capital investment to improve that. That will go against all other capacity issues in the district, but they can't have it both ways. They can't say that they haven't got capacity and then not invest in it. So I think the developers in this case, certainly on this site, the bigger site, they've gone through due process. They've got you know, attenuation tanks in. They are discharging to the bare minimum. That's why you've got an orifice size of 75 millimetres. Anything less than that, that is the actual cut-off point. It's declared that actually that will more easily block and cause a flood risk in itself. The only issue outstanding from the local flood authority point of view is just thrown back to the planning officers with regards to the style of attenuation on the smaller site, which is a crate storage, which we believe is more difficult to maintain. And as I said in the earlier site on Tinker Lane, there is an obligation for the planning officers to ensure maintenance and management of those systems. So you've got one site that's using pipes, and you've got one site that's using crate storage, or proposing to.
Right, thanks, Paul. Cathy?
It's all right, Steve. It's been answered. It's absolutely fine.
Right, thanks. Victor?
Thank you, Chair, through you, I just wanted to respond to Councillor Pinnock's query about the suggestion of having one point of access for the two sites. Councillor Pinnock, yeah, you're absolutely right. It's to do with gradient. Sorry if I didn't explain that very well. If you imagine you're standing on Station Road facing into the site and are about to enter the site via a single vehicular access point, as you go into the site, you'd obviously then need to fork the estate road. One arm of the road would need to go down towards the bottom of the site. The other arm would need to go up to the top of the site. The gradients achievable in those two arms of a fork or in a P-shaped layout, the issue is the same, are very difficult to achieve because of the gradients across the site going from south to north. Just on the larger site alone, there's a 1 in 9 slope across the site, so it's very difficult to accommodate that whilst also achieving acceptable 1 in 20 gradients across the estate roads. It's engineering wise, it's possible ostensibly, but you would have to build up the bottom of the site and excavate the top of the site, and that's where those significant retaining walls that I mentioned would come into play. And officer's recommendation is that those are visually inappropriate for a site like this. We'd prefer a developer to work with the landscape rather than radically change it. And also there is the point as well that single point of access and the Y or P-shaped layouts that would necessitate would deliver fewer units than the total of 44 that are proposed across these two schemes.
Right, thanks, Victor. So far, we've got a mover. There's no seconder. Andrew.
I've asked to speak and I would like to formally second it.
Right. Thanks, Andrew. You just clear one thing up. These were things that were brought up by Councillor Turner. Double yellow lines. Highways are a bit reluctant to put double yellow lines down. We'd have to wait and see how things pan out. Are you okay with that? But I do want it noted so that it's there for a record. Ducting, that's going in. Developers said that's going in. Just one thing, Victor, and Deborah might be able to answer it between you, and that what Councillor Turner mentioned, bringing money forward. The section 106, is that possible to do or to condition it?
I don't know what I've texted a message because I wasn't quite sure what that was, so I'll leave that one to Victor, but I'll leave Victor to answer that one.
Right.
Through you, Chair. It's up to the council and the developer or the applicant to agree the timing of section 106 payments. So if there is a strong view on the council's part that early payment of I think it was the open space contributions be made, and if there's a planning justification for doing that, then I don't see a reason why that can't be secured within the 106 agreement. Obviously, any trigger would have to be related to commencement of the development, because obviously an applicant might decide not to develop the site if they get planning permission. But yeah, the timing is up to us and the applicant to agree.
Right, Victor. Right, colleagues, back to the main point. So it's been moved by Councillor Scott, seconded by Councillor Pinnock. Those in favour, well, we'll go round table with Andrea.
Councillor Bellamy.
Thank you, Chair. I think I prefer it with the double yellow lines, but for
Councillor Firth. Councillor Firth, you're on mute.
Against.
Thanks. Councillor Hall.
For.
Councillor Pinnock.
For.
Councillor Scott.
For.
And Councillor Sockhall.
For.
So that's carried, Chair.
Thank you. Right, we'll do this next one, which is same place, and then I shall have a quick word with you about some of what we discussed at the last meeting. I gather, Andrea, there's one speaker on this.
There's two applicants who wish to speak, so we'll just mute while we dial the applicants in.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Right. Afternoon, nearly evening. You've got 3 minutes, starting from now.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, Chair and members of the committee. I'm here today to speak on behalf of Knowl Homes for the planning application for 14 dwellings. We have sought to work with the council and its planning officers throughout the application process on this allocated housing side. The proposals have changed from 10 to 14 dwellings during the process, as well as various design changes, and provides a mix of house types. We have gone into detail at master planning with the neighbouring applicant, Yorkshire Country Properties, and have sought to maximise linkages between the two sites where possible. We've had to work with the existing land levels, which has resulted in the scheme before you. It is noted that there are Part 2, Part 3 storey plots. This responds to the topography of the site and is a characteristic in the wider local area. Supporting joint master plan submitted shows the impact of the various scheme options, including one access for the sites, which due to existing land levels, there is a resultant requirement for large retaining walls, which would not be in the character of the area and therefore not proceeded with. The scheme before you is policy compliant with affordable housing and further Section 106 contributions, including open space, education and sustainable transport. We have continued to work on the matter of drainage since the previous committee, a private drainage system connecting into Yorkshire Water's combined drainage system, and we are now in a position where Yorkshire Water and the council's officers do not object to the current proposals. We therefore agree with the recommendations and conditions as part of the officer's report. On this basis, we respectfully request the support of the officer's recommendation. And an additional point, which has been picked up in the previous application, we're happy to consider ducting to enable fibre broadband as well.
Right, thank you.
Thank you. I'll just pass you on to Peter.
Yeah.
The drainage consultant.
Afternoon all. We're just here to provide a bit of commentary on the overall drainage system because it's quite a sensitive issue, and pick up on some of the comments that have been made so far over the course of the meeting today. So for Councillor Pinnock, I think the comments on exceedance that you were referring to that came back from the residents and people in the local area, they were slightly out of context in that I think they picked up on things within the report that are talking about absolute kind of fail-safes for new developments now, whereby if everything sort of catastrophically failed and blocked, where would the water go? And it would go in the roads and down the hill. But that is an absolute worst case, and it's not something that would ever usually happen because you've got large amounts of attenuation storage that deal with the severe storm events plus allowances for climate change. So I think that's taken slightly out of context. Going on to some of Paul's comments, I generally fully endorse what he said about the overall drainage solutions and the various measures that we've gone through in consideration of how the scheme's developed and where the surface water is going to and the flood risk. Where the Lead Local Flood Authority doesn't endorse or encourage the use of crates, they accept that these are generally accepted for widespread use, and I think where the initial concerns were when cellular storage crates were first introduced, there were quite close systems and access and maintenance wasn't really thought about, whereas now as these are development and they are in widespread use throughout all sorts of developments, there are means, you can have channels through that, there's access to clear and maintain. So that's another point where there is options there for something that can go in and be maintained and used. And then also just to go on now and address the main kind of comments in terms of flood risk from local residents that are obviously concerned and councillors that are looking to protect their interests. When you consider both sites together, so the 14 and the 30 unit developments, if we look at the the overall development area, and you consider that you've got existing greenfield runoff, which we can look at and calculate that where you've got a severe storm event, the 1 in 100 year, when the ground becomes saturated because of the topography, that surface water will run off down the hill, hit the road, and ultimately get into the watercourse at the bottom and cause an issue with the flooding or add to it. Where we can calculate that now, the actual discharge of surface water from the site where we're going to be putting in new sewers and infrastructure, we manage that system. We're restricting it down to the mean annual rainfall, which is, to put some numbers to it, 6.7 litres a second for the overall site. When you consider that for the 1 in 100 year storm event on a greenfield site, as it is now, that would be approximately double that, at 40 litres a second, where it's just running off and it's unmanaged. And then in addition to that, to provide extra protection to the residents at the bottom, try and mitigate this risk, there is allowances for 30% increase for climate change on what the systems are designed to accommodate. So all in all, we are designing drainage systems that try and better the current scenarios and mitigate the risk of flooding further and probably improve the situation that it stands currently. And when you've got concerns at the bottom of the hill.
You wrap up, please.
Yeah, the existing sewers, I think Paul's covered it, saying that Yorkshire Water accepted the combined sewer discharge, and it's up to them to maintain it if there are blockages or problems at the bottom of the hill. Thank you.
Thank you. Dan. That's it, isn't it, Andrea? Right, members, it's open to you. Andrew's busy typing away. Andrew.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to move the officer's recommendation.
Thanks, Andrew. Cathy?
I'd like to second Councillor Pinnock and move the recommendations.
Thanks, Cathy. Any more people wanting to speak on this item? It has been moved, it has been seconded. Right, we'll go to the vote. Andrea?
Councillor Bellamy?
For.
Councillor Firth?
Against.
Councillor Hall?
For.
Councillor Pinnock?
For.
Scott?
For.
Councillor Sockel?
Can't hear you.
Milan, are you there?
Unmute.
I said, I was on mute. I said for, yeah. For.
Right. So that's
5-1 carried.
That's carried. Right, colleagues, it's turned 5 o'clock. There's still 2 items to go. If you remember last time we did discuss, we can finish at 5. It's entirely up to you. If you give me some idea, what do you want to do? Cathy?
Chair, I think basically because they're here now, I would rather get these last 2 done with rather than carrying forward. People are waiting to speak on the items and things like that. I'd rather we finish this agenda. Don't know what anybody else feels, but I think we should finish the agenda.
Oh, I agree with that.
Carry on, Mr. Chairman.
Carry on.
I agree. If we've got people waiting to speak, then I think we should carry on.
Right.
Been a bit of a carry on, haven't you?
Yeah.
Yeah.
We'll go to page 139. Next item. And I believe we're in East Batley.
We are.
Thank you, Chair. Victor Grayson again. This is item 12, an application for full planning permission for the erection of 46 dwellings at land south of Sowerby Crossway, East Batley. Members will recall this application was considered at this committee's virtual meeting on the 24th of June, where a decision on the application was deferred to allow a further investigation into the feasibility of developing an access point from the track to the southwest and an exploration of the support that could be provided to the East Batley Community Sports Association to facilitate their future improvement plans. As set out in the committee report, the applicant has made efforts to address both these matters. I will come back to these points, but if I may just firstly recap on the site and the proposals briefly. So the site is located to the southeast of East Byerley, between the recreation ground and the greenbelt. To the northeast is Sowerby Crossway. To the west is a track providing access from Hunsworth Lane to East Byerley playing fields. Properties to the north and west are within the East Byerley conservation area. The site is grassed and slopes downhill from north to south. This image is a photo montage showing a view from Sowerby Crossway looking south over the recreation ground. The site is the rougher grassed area to the left in this picture. This is a view of the north end of the site and a view of Sowerby Crossway, which follows a winding route and has a narrow carriageway and grass verges. And this is a view of the application site from the south, and also a view of the existing track where it joins Hunsworth Lane, and members will see that the track is in poor condition.
Interesting.
So just to recap again, the proposals have evolved during the life of the application. 42 units were initially proposed in the layout shown on the left, and that layout had an estate road running through the centre of the site. This has now been, or since been, amended to show the estate road moved to the site's northwest edge, abutting the recreation ground, with dwellings looking out over this open space. And unit numbers were also increased to 46 units. I won't go into the layout that much more because I did so last time, but just to say that this is a much improved layout that responds well to the site's context. Vehicular access to the site is still proposed from Sowerby Crossway as it was when members saw this application back in June, and this aspect of the proposals has attracted significant objection and comment from local residents in the 25 representations received, and also from ward members, the East Byerley Village Preservation Society and the East Byerley Community Sports Association. Vehicular access provided via the track to the west would have been preferable, as it would have necessitated the upgrade of part of the track which is used to access the sports facilities to the south, where activities of public benefit are held. However, members will recall that a pinch point exists within this track formed by unregistered land. Regarding this, and in response to the committee's previous deferral of its decision on this application, the applicant has provided additional information regarding the ways in which taking access via this track were explored. Paragraph 10.61 of the committee report notes the efforts made to establish ownership of the unregistered land. It also notes an attempt to establish adverse possession, sometimes referred to as squatters' rights. It notes the possibility of taking out indemnity insurance, which was considered by the applicant, and also notes the possibility of designing an access around the unregistered land. And I'll come to that point again in a minute, if I may. After exploring and exhausting these options, the applicant instead opted for vehicular access from the north. In highway safety terms, this is acceptable. Adequate visibility can be provided at the junction of Byerley Marsh and Hunsworth Lane, and there are no highways related grounds for refusing permission in relation to this access proposal.
No.
Just to recap, the associated widening and upgrade works to Sowerby Crossway and Byerley Marsh can be achieved without intruding into the recreation ground or registered common land. Also on highways, adequate on-site parking, including 12 visitor parking spaces, is proposed. Members will recall this slide showing the elevations facing, proposed elevations to face the recreation ground. Acceptable designs are proposed for the dwellings, and the development would respond appropriately to the conservation area opposite. 9 affordable housing units are proposed in acceptable locations, meeting the 20% policy requirement. An appropriate mix of tenures is proposed, and the applicant has agreed to the section 106 heads of term. Just returning to that issue about possibly providing access from the track to the west or to the southwest. This last slide relates to those possibilities that were explored by the applicant in terms of avoiding the unregistered land, and these draft plans illustrate that there isn't space to provide the bare minimum of a 5.5 metre carriageway, a 2 metre wide footway, and a 0.6 metre wide hard margin here without encroaching either onto the unregistered land or onto the common land of the recreation ground. Regarding the committee's other main concern, which was the support that could be provided to the East Batley Community Sports Association, paragraph 10.104 provides new information, noting that the track would be returned to an improved state, at least after works are completed, that the proposed development's electricity infrastructure can be specified to accommodate the sports club's future needs, and that the applicant does not object to the development's Section 106 contributions being spent on the sports club's projects. The applicant is also willing to transfer ownership of part of the track to the sports club after works are completed. However, the sports club do not wish to take on this responsibility. Also of note, the applicant met representatives of the sports club and ward members last week. It is considered that the applicant has satisfactorily addressed the committee's earlier concerns, and officers advise that the current proposal is an acceptable policy compliant scheme. Approval of full planning permission is recommended, subject to conditions in the Section 106 agreement. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Victor.
Councillor Snage.
Right, Councillor Snage, it's your turn. You've 5 minutes. Set it going now.
Thank you. I would have been all right about it being deferred to the next meeting. I don't think the developer would, but I would have been fine with it. Okay. So as part of the deferral, as you've heard, there was to be further investigation into the feasibility of the access point. We did have a meeting with the developer, and this was held on Tuesday the 28th of July, following an email invitation received from them on the 23rd of July. We have also been inquiring about the ownership of the narrow strips of land, which is still not known. We do need to recognise that there has been discussion with the sports club as per the committee report and update. The developer continues to ask for access from Sowerby Cross, as the land issues, they say, is a risk for their development. According to the committee report, at the end of 2018-19, pre-advice was given about the unregistered land, needing appropriate notices to be put in place. Why then are we in the position we are? For the benefit of the village, it would be better having the access of the track off the track. For the benefit of the new development, this provides better visibility. There would be people who would be impacted by vehicles coming out of the track. However, from a traffic point of view, and because of the visibility constraints of Sowerby Cross, using the track would mean that there would be much less traffic in a concentrated area having to deal with poor visibility. The risk would be on the developer, as per the reports, and it would be for the developer to put in place the necessary notices. The land problems have been known all along. There has been an investigation on the ownership of land, and there has been time for notices to be served. Why cannot Kirklees Highways and the developer work together on Section 38 and Section 228 requirements? Why can the developer not take out insurance? The too expensive reason really does not hold water. Surely a better development is what everyone wants. From a legal document in the 1930s, it does look as if there was an intention for access to fields via what is referred to as a proposed street, where the track is currently. But it is worth noting that this was at 36 feet, which is almost the 11 metres mentioned in the committee report. Would this help establish that there was at one time a proposal for a road? This needs highways and legal input. The better access from the track remains, even though there are a number of issues to be resolved, both of ownership and of common land boundaries. We are talking about only small strips of land that are involved in regards to the unknown ownership. It does feel by the comments and report that Kirklees are prepared to allow a solution that was originally not thought to be suitable for a main access. I would have preferred this to have come to committee with a better way forward for the village, and do still wonder if there is a plan in the highways way forward. I would again ask that the public footpaths in East Batley are not obstructed at any time, as I asked last time, and this includes the footpath between Sowerby Cross and the main part of Batley Marsh. That there's no modern bus shelter put in the middle of East Batley, and that this does not resolve the loss of parking and grass verges on Sowerby Cross. If the committee are going to approve this application, there needs to be robust conditions put in place in relation to the track. We recognise that this land is in the local plan for houses, but we would really like a resolution to the access for the benefit of the village in the longer term. Thank you.
Thank you, Liz. Got it. Members, it's over to you. Andrew? You're muted.
Sorry, Chair.
Right.
I was very tempted to jump straight in and say I think we should refuse this on the grounds that they have not, or there doesn't seem to be enough will to sort out the track issue, because I have great doubts actually about the Sowerby Crossway solution, because at the moment, and some people may not think it's an ideal sort of road, it's a sinuous road with passing places on either side at various points on its course, and I presume that actually the development as proposed would sort that out by widening it and so on. But I still don't think that the access onto Handsworth Lane is as good as the other one, well, maybe I ought to reserve my judgment, but I'm still not happy. I mean, I do detect from the tone of Councillor Smage's voice that she isn't particularly happy either, because it does seem as though there could be a way of sorting the problem of the access via the track without an onerous burden on the developer, because that's what the developer is worried about at the moment. That they don't want the responsibility of being lumbered with a possible legal challenge at some point. But I mean, I don't live in East Barley, but I would have thought that a lot of people will have a pretty good idea who, if anybody, actually owns this land. I'm quite sure that it is soluble. I know I might be suggesting another deferment, but I do think we would have a better access at the other one than the one we've got in the application. There you
are. Councillor Firth.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. I definitely agree with what Councillor Pinnock said. Until you get this unregistered land sorted out, it's going to be a nuisance, because anything can happen. And some people can find they're going to be paying a lot of money for something that they don't really know what they're paying for. So at the end of the day, this land needs to be registered. Then you can go forward. There's no point in starting to build houses now for the roadway or whatever is an unregistered site, and nobody knows who owns it. And as Councillor Pinnock says, probably somebody does know who owns it. But I think if they do know who owns it, it's time they came to the front and said who they were that owned it, and then we can progress and move forward. But I would agree with Councillor Pinnock, with Andrew, that yeah, we defer it again until somebody actually comes up with a reasonable explanation as to who owns this unregistered land, so things can move forward and get it sorted out. Thank you.
Thanks, Donald. Any more? Well, it sounds as though you're going down deferment line, which I'm okay with, because I'm pretty damn sure that if you started digging, somebody would come out and say, oh, hang on a minute, that's mine.
Yeah.
Moam.
Yeah.
Moam, talk to me. You're muted.
Sorry.
Right.
I'm not against asking deferment again, but if we still won't achieve anything, we could not sort of that the piece of land, yeah, the track. So where we stand?
Can I come in, Chair?
We might end up. We might end up again. Same situation here. Thank you.
Right. Deborah and then Kathy. Deborah.
Thank you, Chair. Legal Officer. If everybody looks at paragraph 1060 in the report, you'll see exactly what the developer is concerned about. It's a risk. I mean, it's not for the developer to post 228 notices. That 228 notices are post after work has been implemented, and it may be that although he has put notices in the paper, in the London Gazette, made inquiries, a prospective owner doesn't have to come forward and say that's my land. So there is an unknowable risk there, and it's not for him to sort out that risk because he's got an adequate access elsewhere. However, this particular developer, looking at the report, has, it seems to me, undertaken adequate inquiries to see who owns the unregistered land, and he's tried the land registry for adverse possession, indemnity insurance, and as I say, made inquiries about establishing ownership. So I don't think a deferral will achieve this unresolved, unregistered land issue. It's
Deborah, that's not what I wanted to hear. That's not what I would call a legal, reasonable answer.
Kathy.
Sorry, what?
I said that is not what I wanted to hear from a legal officer. I would have suspected that you would be supporting the registration of the land, find out who it is before anything is built, because there could be problems.
Well, that's what I'm saying, Councillor Firth. You can't do that. You can make inquiries, but that doesn't necessarily mean that you find out who it belongs to. It's unregistered. Somebody may have some deeds tucked away under a mattress, and you can't. If it's unregistered, it's unregistered.
If I owned that land, I'd be one of the first to come forward and say that's mine. Simple as that. What would they hide it for? What would they not come forward for?
Well, they may wait until there's a big development and the ransom price goes up a lot higher.
Exactly.
Thanks, Chair. I think we're in a bit of a stalemate situation. I think the developer has tried. And thank you, Debbie, for that update, because that was one of the questions I was going to ask for clarification around that. Based on what you're saying, even if we did send it away, it'd come back with the same, because this developer has tried every avenue by the looks of it. So I'm moving approval on the officer's recommendation on this.
Milan.
Yeah, I second. But can we put a condition? But Councillor Samej mentioned earlier about track. I've forgotten. Councillor Samej asked some to put a condition. Why was I forgot that.
The footpath.
Footpath, yeah, footpath, yeah. Maybe put a condition on that. Then,
are you asking me, Councillor Sokol? I think I'll hand back over to Victor, because the issue of the track is addressed in a paragraph in the report, and I'm just trying to put my hands on it now. But so I'll sign off and ask Victor to explain what's going to happen with the track, or potentially happen with the track.
Yeah.
Right. Victor.
Thank you, through you, Chair. Yeah, so the applicant isn't currently the owner of the application site or that section of track. He would, or they would, buy it from the current owner if they get planning permission. And that section of track within the red line boundary is where the applicant proposes to install drainage attenuation tanks beneath the track there. and then from there connect the development to existing drainage pipe work underneath Hunsworth Lane. And so, yeah, that section of track would need to be dug up anyway, and the applicant has said that yes, they would, once those works are done, at least restore the track to a better than existing condition, albeit not to an adoptable standard highway. Hope that clarifies. My other point was just going to reiterate what Deborah mentioned regarding the unregistered land. There may well be an owner of that land possibly watching this webcast right now, hoping that planning permission is granted so that they, once development is built, can come forward and exploit a ransom scenario that would then be created.
Yeah.
That's how landowners, unfortunately, sometimes operate. Thank you, Chair.
Right, members, it's been moved and seconded. Before we go to a vote, does anybody else want to say? Andrew?
Just briefly, I will support this a bit reluctantly because I believe we haven't got the ideal solution, unfortunately. But particularly since, as Mr. Grayson mentions, there's a tank going to go under that track. But anyway, I'll give in.
All right, Andrew. Right, Andrea.
Okay, so we're voting on the officer's recommendation.
Yeah.
Councillor Bellamy.
Against.
Firth.
Donald.
I'll just tell you tonight. Against. You should be able to lip read me by now, you know.
Councillor Hall.
I'm not totally happy, so I'm going to go against.
Councillor Pinnock.
For.
Councillor Scott.
For.
Councillor Sockhall.
For.
Ooh.
Okay, so that's first casting vote.
God. I'm sorry, but I'm going to have to go against. I'm not 100% certain about this. I can see trouble looming.
Yeah, so can Ireland.
Okay, so that vote falls.
We'll have to come back with a reason then.
Yeah.
I mean, we might want to defer this to produce an adequate reason for refusal, unless Victor or David have got anything to say.
Victor, David.
Deborah, we've given you a reason, an adequate reason for refusing it, or whatever.
What can you articulate it? That the unregistered land, it's not it's not
until that land is sorted out who owns it, then it's a stop on it. Simple as that.
I don't think that's an adequate reason for refusal. I mean, that's what members can use as a reason for refusal. But yeah, I have to warn you about cost consequences, and a safer approach might be for you to defer the item to bring back another report.
Kathy?
Yeah, Chair, it might be better that you defer the item and bring back a separate report, because you're not giving adequate reasons. He can, the developer will be able to demonstrate they've tried every avenue and will go to appeal on this.
Yeah. Can I second that then? I know I tried it in the first place, but
I'm happy to go away.
It's the only way.
Right.
So for clarity, before we leave, and while it's fresh in everybody's minds, your main concern, as I see it, is the access which is proposed by the developer, and you don't think that's a suitable access. Is that a summary of your views, or could you add to that? So, I mean, this will inform the future report, and it will be set down in a far more
the trouble is it's not suitable. It's just not as good as the other one. It's a bit Yes,
Well, that's the problem, I think.
it is. Yeah.
Right, to move deferment.
I think we need to defer to look at this again.
Yeah.
I don't
Right.
think that's an adequate reason to refuse.
No, no.
Can I have a mover to defer?
Oh, Kathy moved it, I think. And
You
I
okay with
seconded
that?
it.
Seconded by Andrew.
Yeah.
So we'll go to a deferment vote.
Councillor Bella.
For.
Councillor Firth.
For.
Hall.
For.
Councillor
My arm,
Bennett.
you know. I hate having my arm twisted.
Councillor Pinnock.
For.
Councillor Scott.
For.
Socko.
For.
Okay, so that's deferred.
Right, thank you.
Everybody happy?
Right, off to sunny Earls Heaton.
Page 179. Last one. Victor. This is Long Lane, Earls Heaton.
Thank you, Chair. Just bear with me. Okay, thank you. This is an application for full planning permission for the erection of 16 dwellings. The site is located between Long Lane and Chickenley Beck, with Mitchell Lakes Farm to the south, Clough Farm and the residential properties of Woodburn Avenue to the north. In this aerial image, we see the site. It has been used for agricultural purposes. There are no designated heritage assets, public rights of way, or tree preservation orders affecting the site. In the plan showing contours on the left here, we see the site generally slopes from west to east. And in the other plan, we see flood zones 2 and 3, which can be found along the eastern edge of the application site. Chickenley Beck and adjacent land is also designated as part of the council's wildlife habitat network. Mature vegetation can be found along the site's northern, eastern and southern boundaries. Overhead power lines cross the site. These photos show views of and from within the application site. And in these two photographs, we see an unauthorised agricultural shed to the southeast of the application site, for which a retrospective planning application has been submitted. The other image here is a view looking northwards from the site towards properties on Woodburn Avenue. And this photo obviously also illustrates the slope down towards Chickenley Beck. The proposals were changed during the life of the application. The scheme was for 15 houses and 6 flats, but 16 houses are now proposed, illustrated here on the right. Access to the site will be provided via Long Lane to the west. The application site is allocated for residential development in the local plan, and the principle of residential development at this greenfield site is considered acceptable. The site allocation sets out an indicative capacity of 15 dwellings. The proposed site layout has been dictated by the shape of the site and its topography, with the lowest part of the site to the east being proposed as an open space. This is the part of the site where there are known flood risk, drainage and ecological constraints. The proposal would not have an unacceptable impact on the highway network or on highway safety. The development would provide improvements to a long lane. An £8,008 financial contribution towards sustainable travel would assist in encouraging residents to use sustainable modes of transport. The proposed development would provide an acceptable housing mix that includes 3 affordable housing units in compliance with policy. Impacts on neighbour amenity are considered acceptable. Adequate separation distances will be maintained. Financial contributions would also be secured to ensure that the proposal achieved an overall biodiversity net gain and that there were necessary open space improvements within the locality. The proposed design uses traditional building typologies to achieve the necessary visual interest and residential density that efficiently and effectively uses the land. Two of the proposed 5 house types are shown here. 50 representations have been received from the public. Comments made have been addressed in the committee report. Approval of full planning permission is recommended, subject to conditions and planning obligations to be secured via a Section 106 agreement. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, we've got 2 speakers, Chair. I'll just mute while we dial in Nick Clayton, who's an objector. Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Afternoon, you've got 3 minutes and 3 minutes starts now.
Okay, thank you, Chair. My name is Nick Clayton and I live at Clough House, Long Lane, directly in front of the proposed site. I'd like to object to this planning application on the following grounds. Due to the unusual design of my house, I have no windows to the rear of my property or to the side with Long Lane. Therefore, I currently enjoy 100% privacy of both my internal and external amenities. I have a right of privacy and a right to enjoy those amenities, and if the development was to go ahead, several of the properties would have an unrestricted view to my living room, my dining room, my kitchen, and all 3 of my bedrooms. They'd also have an unrestricted view of my patio, conservatory, and garden. Whilst the developer has stated they've managed free distancing, this is based on a presumption of a normal urban environment where everyone is overlooked to some extent by other houses on the street, and therefore privacy is already compromised. However, this is not applicable to me. I am not overlooked. I have a right to privacy, and even though I offered the developers a solution to redesign during the initial consultation at no real cost or impact to them, which would somewhat mitigate my privacy concerns, I was refused completely, as were all the complaints by other residents over their oversight. Fencing will not mitigate this due to the elevated location of my house in relation to the development, and a fencing of 20 feet would be required to provide any kind of privacy, not only to me, but also to the residents on the plots. They would also have 0 privacy to the rear of their properties, their ground floor and first floor. Such a large fence or trees would then cause a light issue and a loss of light issue to my property, and that has also not been taken into consideration. In terms of health and safety and pedestrian access, something that hasn't been picked up on or has been overlooked significantly by the Highways Agency is the developer's own assessment report says there are several sections of pavement that are completely missing from Long Lane, and the majority of the rest of the pavements are way below minimal width to accommodate disabled or movement impaired people, and they admit that this would significantly increase the chance of pedestrian to vehicle collision and tripping hazards. There's already significant issues to stick on Long Lane due to parked cars on what little pavement does exist, and there are several blind corners along the lane. Adding a couple of dropped curbs to Woodburn Avenue does not mitigate the 4 other pavement endpoints, the missing pavements, or any of the width restrictions along its whole length. The council's own guidelines for new housing is to be suitable for all future residents in the community.
Yeah, wrap up, please.
This development would exclude the old and disabled from the site, and it would also mean that parents with children would have to walk on the road to reach the local amenities. Bear in mind that when Woodburn Avenue was built...
Wrap up, please, that's 3 minutes.
Okay, the council said the pavement upgrade programme was needed to make Woodburn Estate safe. That was back in the 70s, and that has never taken place. The pavement isn't acceptable then, definitely not acceptable now. Whilst I agree that...
Right, that's it. 3 minutes is up. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, we just...
Very much.
You've got 3 minutes starting from now.
Thank you, Chair. It's John Dunbavin from ID Planning. It's been a long afternoon, so I will be brief. Chair, members, thank you for your time today. The site is allocated for housing in the local plan with an indicative capacity of 15 dwellings. Through the local plan process, the suitability of the site for housing, its sustainability, the capacity of the highway network were all considered acceptable by the inspector and by members in adopting the plan. We have, however, listened to the concerns of local residents. We have amended the scheme. We've reduced the number of dwellings from 21 down to 16 in line with the allocation. There are no technical constraints. Your officers find the scheme acceptable and they do address the issue of the relationship with Clough House, and we would ask you to support the officer recommendation. Thank you for your time, Chair.
Thank you, Jonathan. Thanks.
Thank you. Cheers.
Members, it's over to you. Anybody? Andrew.
Sorry, can I defer to Councillor Scott? I do apologise, I've done it again.
Yeah.
Start, I wind
Right.
you up.
Kathy and then Andrew.
Thank you, Chair. I know this place really well, and I do have concerns about this application, mainly on the highway safety issues, because they have looked and they have, to be fair, they have looked and they've reduced the size. What's worrying me is the lack of pavements down Long Lane. There's no footwell to walk down footpaths at all. It's quite dangerous. With it being narrow, it's also got some blind spots on it. So for me, I'm going to reserve my judgment at the moment. But I think that the developer has gone away and worked hard on this, trying to sort things out. And I think for me, it's about the poor visibility and trying to get some support and a condition in there for them to contribute towards something there. It's all right having bus pass, but there's limited capacity on there to help put bus stops. No buses really go down there. I don't even think they do.
No. Andrew.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I feel tempted to do something which I wouldn't normally do, and that is reject an application on an allocated site, because I don't know how many people know this area, but it is this site is down at the very end of a dead end road. It doesn't go anywhere. Beyond this site, there's a farm, and there's the Mitchell Lathes treatment works, which I think is accessed by a different way, but that's the only thing that's down there, and that's in Wakefield anyway. It does feel like the end, the end of nowhere almost. And I do apologise to those who live there, but it's a long way from any facilities. I think somebody's mentioned that in the report, that it's a fairly long walk if you haven't got a car to get to Earl's-Heaton, the centre of Earl's-Heaton, let alone Dewsbury. It's and as Councillor Scott has said, that the footpath between there and Earl's-Heaton is a bit sketchy. It exists in some places, but not others. I'm not particularly happy about this development, to be perfectly honest. Whether it can be made acceptable simply on the grounds that it's an allocated site, and we might have limited room to refuse something like that. I do wonder whether it can be made acceptable.
Kathy and then Milan.
I'm going to come in here because I think the developers done the best they can. The footpath issue's been going on in Heaton for years down Long Lane, and it's just unfortunate. It's just running past that site. I think if they contributed towards footpath or something and worked with officers on something on that to support this application, I'm happy to support this application. I know my ward councillor, Councillor Firth, is totally against it, but I think that it's in the local plan. We need the housing. On balance, they've gone back, they've reduced what was going to be there, and I just think that it's like a bit like with the application before, they've inherited this. The footpath's always been missing, so you know, is it something that we're going to hold people to ransom for? I don't know. So I'm going to move this application and support officers' recommendations.
I'll second that. I'll second that.
Right, Donald. Milan.
Chair, on the last time on the last meeting, I think we defer it because there was some objection about or concern about the block of apartments. Yeah. Now. Now the block of apartment is gone now. Yeah, it's been replaced with the detached house. Yeah. So I think there is developer have made some improvement on this application. So I agree with the Councillor Scott. There should be some sort of a condition on the footpath to sort it out. But again, I support Councillor Scott. Thank you.
Right. I mean, I know area well. My sister lives up there, and it's back and beyond where this, where this site's going to be. One thing that does bug me a little bit is this £8,000 treble fund. What?
That's what I was.
Is there out that can be used for that's useful? Kathy?
I would thought so.
Chair, we actually have a bus, one of the little metro buses. It could go towards a contribution so that could be on the access route to allow people to come up and shop. It'd be a lot easier. There is one existing one at the moment, so if it contributed towards that scheme, I think it'd be fantastic.
Oh,
right. If it can be used for something that's useful, all well and good. Right. This has been moved by Councillor Scott, seconded by Councillor Firth. Andrea.
To move the officer recommendation. So Councillor Bellamy.
For.
Councillor Firth.
For.
Councillor Hall.
For.
Councillor Path. She's not here. Councillor Pinnock.
Against.
Councillor Scott.
For.
Councillor Starkall.
Hello, Councillor. Yeah, it's for.
Okay, so that's carried.
That's carried. And at last, colleagues, that's it.
Well done
for today. Thank you.
Well done.